Hello, ducks. How's it going? We're back again with some more EQ Legends. We have raids today. Reset tomorrow. We have done as running as we can. Sweet. Oh. Buffed. Yeah, we're good to go. Spend a bit more time in the hole. Try and get that other imbue granite drop. Kind of like we're actually on the road to a 9 smoldering brand as well. I might just do a bit of fun. I quite like this spot. It's alright. Hey, Simo. Hi, Cyril. Hey, guys. How's it going today? The grind does indeed continue. No matter what we play, it's always a grind. I think I might be attracted to certain games. I'm not sure. Holy shit, these things die fast. Human. Pull out a hunch, you know. Oh, we don't have Bramblecate on. Oh, it's because we're a D0, isn't it? That's why they're dying so fast. Yeah, okay. Hold on, let's fix that. I was like, what the hell? How have we powered up so much? What the hell? Got a small minus step. Or let me in. Maybe one day we'll kill things that fast. Got a few things coming up this week. We have new Final Fantasy Wizardry collab stuff. And we have Dread Barrage in Granblue. The later half of this week, we are probably going to have our hands full with something or other. First half of this week, it's probably going to be EQ Legends. Thank you so much for subbing on keep subbing these Frish Olds. I'm not sure about that. Hello to Ashri. How are you, sir? Fuck, fuck Iroha. Iroha's not. Yeah, Iroha's not great. Iroha Clash Change. I think we might have to wait until the second collab for that. Not 100% sure. There is one. Iroha's my baby. My waifu. You love her so much, why don't you build it to actually? Do fine. But my charger for ROG Ally. Probably broken, I think I know what that is. So I need to buy a new one or something. I hope that situation resolves this. My screenshot key is broken. Ah. Yeah, that old chestnut. Happens all the time, mate. It really sucks when I just want to show you something because they don't believe me. Like my screenshot key breaks all the time. I hate it. Windows keep breaking. Yeah. I've been there, mate. Whole keyboard breaking. The only keys that work are the ones that allow you to type what you're typing right now. I get it. I've been there. All the time. All the damn time. It's banned in this country. Okay. Tweshwi, no. How could you say that about Tweshwi? Tweshwi's the pinnacle of honesty. He's a paragon. Like, how could you possibly even suggest that? What the hell is wrong with you, mate? It's the same as stacking attack, right, for him? Like, it's basically the same stat, it's just a different stat. Like, it's the same numbers. So any number that people can reach with attack, people can accuracy. Yeah, they are silly. 500 is silly to me. Like, 500 is crazy to me. That's true. The gacha weapon does give a load of accuracy, right? Tweshwi. The ban on Tweshwi was fake, Malico. The ban on Tweshwi was not real. It could be the gacha weapon, dude. It could be the gacha weapon. The gacha weapon has a lot of accuracy. Got the rock golems because they have good loot. Use another bow at the end of it. We can use another MB granite spoilers. I don't know what the hell was going on. I was like half concentrated on what Fox was doing yesterday. I don't know. I don't know exactly what was happening over there. Shitty relic bow. It's so bad. Look at his -1 surety. Not good. Subpar. Ah, haste. That's a mate. Remove that from the equation. I wonder if there's ever a time in this game where I won't be terrified of mages. Maybe if I have like 150 tool resists or something. Mage Yaramas. Yeah, if you want to weaken yourself, mate, get Mage Yaramas on your team. Dalek's okay until you run out of mana. Dalek's not great. Oh yeah, we still need a bit. Don't walk in there, mate. Come on, Rock Golem. Later from the side as well, that's fine. Annoying that it's reading me there, but try not to have our back turned to either of them. Getting too low on hands. We need to cap the Rock Golem. No one uses, yeah, nobody really uses bow unless you've got like a back row thief of some kind. But like, who would use that? Arboris maybe. He had a stacked up Arboris. Might use a back row bow. Spear Yeezy, the dream. It dude. Been off them. It's slow wore off. Replying now. I just use Soulfire. Reasonable amount of damage. right on top of each other. I don't think we can. Hey, Chickano. How are you? You're gonna use Aurora? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, man. I don't even think she's that bad. She's just like, she's obviously not optimal. A fighter, isn't she? Weird fighter. Delay rock golem now. Arrgh. Then if we already killed the elements of the Wonder Sphere, I think we must have. I think we must have, or it would have aggroed us by now. Fighter Urza. I think it's pretty cute, the design on Fighter Urza. Million-year stunt. One day we'll have some magic res. What will you do if the servers go down for unscheduled maintenance? I'll probably flick to wizardry for a bit, but I do need to do raids on here today, so we will be back on here. Balance for a bit as well. They're running out of endurance. Gotta fight a lot of rats. Be able to pull these without pulling. They are lower level. In the higher level one that pulls the stick. Not what I would guess, but we're this far in. Building era, it's not very hard. You just take a fighter's gear and equip a spear on it. You'll be alright. You'll survive. Another sand today from Adam. You're a beast, Nick. Blessed account. We're pumeless. I'm Desi desperate for sand. Back. Advance now. Didn't hop my pet. Poor pet. Poor pedo. Why is Einike badge? Because I don't know. She's really unfocused, isn't she? Maybe one day they'll make it good, or maybe not. Who knows? Billionaire stun. Love a good millionaire stun. You want to be free. Once a lot of these things are done, they're done for good. Nick, it's all good, man. It's a nice thing about Granblue Fantasy grinding. For the most part, at least, like, once it's done, it's done. You can move on to the next thing, and you don't have to go back to that thing. We still on water right now, Nick? Fire. Ah, okay. I'm waiting for Earth. I need Earth. Earth is the only M3 I haven't made yet. And I need the... I really need the Yggdrasil Essence Anima. Make Fighter Origin. The only thing I'm missing for Fighter Origin. Yeah, Earth will probably be last. Scumbags. Right, it gives me a break. We have Red Barrage this week, then Records of the 10 next week. I have Wiz Collab this week as well, so definitely gonna have my hands full without doing that grind. Although I don't think I actually have to grind a full grid with Earth because I'll just do a Kime grid. I don't actually need one of each weapon. A cheeky little Highlander grid. Don't know if the other golem's up yet. Probably stop doing Tefnut for my Malice fragments then. On fire now. Ah! Wild. Don't know what one point. Oh, it's might pull several. That's fine. Exactly what we're I'm a genius. Bugs. Where is it? Where is the Ratman Warrior? Hello? Want to come in and say hello? Okay, no. Casting on me through a door. Not the nicest, not the warmest welcome, is it? Not exactly the welcome, Matt. The Leon Hansing hit. Itachi's really good from what I've seen. Great that you can swap between them as well. It's not like they have to use Adachi. Katana as well. Or it's super versatile. You have so many options of how to attack with Samurai. Especially Yarumas, if you use the Yarumas. It's like so many options, like so many lines of attack. The Samurai so good, like they just have such a versatile line of attack. So even non-Shio has built-in defensive in the form of quick draw, right? Yarumas has double quick draw. When you're using Adachi as well, it requires a lot less investment than Ana does. Other than having to source an Adachi. Other than that, yeah. Do a lot of damage, but not a lot. Hi, Jakaro. How are you? I am okay, thank you. We're chugging along. Okay. But not all, like... saying that is kind of weird, because, like... Yeah, you can get inherits. Like, why use Earth-splitting Stroke when you can use... Moonlit Pool of the White Demon and shit like that. Like, yeah, there are inherits which can do things. Majority of players aren't getting that shit, are they? They don't have the they don't have the ability to like grab just every inherit that they want for their characters. You might have to pull 100 times on Rene Banner to get a Rene, right? That's a huge amount of gems. Especially for free-to-play players. The idea of pulling for an inherit for one person, for one character in a team is kind of abhorrent for a lot of players. Like, you want me to spend how many gems? That? Yeah, Adachi's really good. I don't know, man. Like Adachi seems really good to me. Adachi does other stuff as well. I don't think we'll get an Adachi relic. That seems very unlikely because we already had the Great Katana, and the Great Katana is the Katana. So even if we do get more relics, I think it's very unlikely we'll get statue. Brand for the pile. Oh, that's... Oh, that's all 3? No, it's not. No, it's not. I got confused by the arms. That's scary for a second. It was like the 2 golems and the leader. It's up on top of each other. Version. Own collar. Oh, our pet died. Ow. Fuck. Didn't even see it die. Damn. Go. We needed a rebuff soon anyway, it's fine. Yeah, what of it? What of it, Nick? Shit, there's another rock golem up there. That's gonna head upwards. Fine. So that's where that one spawns. I don't think that's down here. Difficulty. What else would it stand for, mate? Don't understand. Might as well, Brim. Might as well, mate. Anyone could do broken shit in the game with broken characters. Might as well play something a bit different that no one else is playing, Brim. You're strong enough, you got good gear. It's not like she's going to be bad anyway. People massively overblow things in gacha. Like, oh, Iraha is unplayable. It's like, no, she's fine. She's a fucking fighter. She's absolutely fine. Can't complete the change and then another SP. I mean, imagine it costs a lot. Yeah, it's alright. Not great. Alright. Like that. Oh, if it was free after its first use, it'd be so good. Shit. Was that the rock golem that is? My poor pet getting clubbed to death by this rock golem. I'm not sure how much you use her unique. If you were trying to play here with Ira, I'm not actually sure how much you even use her unique. I think you probably just play like a fighter, to be honest. Optimally, I don't know. Maybe it scales up really well or something. Don't like her unique that much. But you could do so upside, right? And she does have an upside over you can do like link skill stuff with poison earth splitting, right? Because you're still doing actions that were different from the turn before. You do benefit from the damage bonus from that. Also a demon slayer, so like he has increased damage and reduced damage to demons from demons. So, like she has some minor things that are okay. Not that special. Your ex-wife's mother. The rat. Very nice, is it? Poor lady. Oh my god, please don't kill my pet. You. Don't know why you won't aggro me. Ah, my greater hold wasn't on, that's why. You resummon pet. That'll explain it. Oops a daisy. Got a little bit of slugs. This is... Don't really want to take all three at once. It's fine, we can do it, but it's kind of pointless, and they have so many abilities stacked up. It makes... Don't benefit enough targets. Then we should be able to decide. A second only Odachi, I don't know. 1, 2. Hello, Schlizik. We're back again. Oh, he's a mage, shit. Not fucking around. Lay on hands at the ready here. After this shock. God, please, sir. Kind. We can talk about this. Another brand for the pile. Where is the element? I don't know. Big and it's not clever to attack my pet. Leave it alone. The humble spirit wolf trying to make its way in the world. I don't think the rock golems come up yet, right? Should come from behind us when it does. Not out here. I don't think it's spawned yet. Oh no, it's out here. And where did it go? of my range. You know how I load up my... No idea where that is. No idea. Love to put my gems in there, but I don't know. Macros. Keybinds. I think I should probably start putting my gems in there. Various things, just in case I want to level up anything. I might want to end up leveling jewel crafting. Better is cool. Ah, shit. Stopped and cast. Oh no, not the pet, not the pet, not the pet. This. Set up. Those. Have they changed it yet, Brim? Changed the global shop yet? $13th. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they do a good job with it. The Japanese store has so many cool things going on in it now. So much incentive to buy on there. I hope so. That's what I would like. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I do hope that is what happens. Had to re-slow Slizik in a second. We were lucky here that none of these classes were slowers. It was taking a long time. That one's Slizik. Need 8 AAs for the next, the last spellcasting reinforcement. And I think we need to start working on mental clarity. Get into cannibalize. is not very helpful. I think bow the underfoot is better. Nice. Even at a much lower plus. You know how to get Piety Guiding Light. Fatatour says it's beating Melgina for the first time regardless of missing person request taken. I have multiple endings with multiple routes and I don't have it. Firstly, it's just been so long since I did that. I don't really remember anything to do with it. Secondly, yeah, if you don't have it and you've played for ages, man, I don't know, it sounds bugged to me. I don't know what else you could possibly do that you haven't already done. You've already played the game so much. Ew, fuck. Yeah, they might not even discuss it with you, I don't know. I don't know what you could possibly need. You've done all the endings, haven't you? I don't know what you could have missed. Yeah, they won't help. They won't discuss gameplay things with you. Rockets. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. Yeah, you can report that it might be bugged, but they won't discuss it with you, Mr. OK. Because it's a gameplay thing. Yeah, they always give out that same response to people who message them about gameplay stuff. Ooh. Get the other rock golems here. Yeah. It probably isn't a bug. It's probably something really minor that you've missed somewhere, but I couldn't tell you what. It's so hard to tell with those kinds of things. Like, all I could really tell you is to replay all 3 of the routes from fresh. Oh, that very efficiently took care of the golems. ends up being a 3, I think, when the other one wanders around. I think it goes around the other way, so. Sweet, sorry. See those bad boys yet? Hi, Occupy. You're a great. You're a great. You're also a you're confusion. This is an all new greeting from Occupy. Hello, Capital. How are you? Left me much confusion. I would find a perp 4-star silver behind sword right when I village a relic sword. Well, relic sword's really good, so no big deal, is it? Or you can use the sword for someone else, maybe. Yeah, it was a rough ride, Occupy. It was an emotional roller coaster. You're gonna take out my frenzy, aren't you? Absolute scumbag. Yeah, indeed, Capital. Can't wait for the relic gun. Relic instrument. Bard confirmed. Again, Mythic Foot, like, Excalibur's always been in Wizardry. The other Wizardry games have Excalibur in them. This is nothing new. You don't even need a collab to have Wizardry Excalibur. Rock Golem out there. First Rock Golem. The other Rock Golem's just around the corner. Come and say hi. Just a moment. One class will be completely different. Yeah, I would expect it to be quite different. I don't think it will play like Prish. Like, Prish is all about ramping towards that one thing. I'm not sure Monk will play that same way. Which races can you start of? You can start as any race. Any race you want to, as long as it matches your class from EQ. So if you pick, you know, for an Ixar, you can be a monk or a Shadow Knight or a Necromancer or a warrior or a shaman or a Beast Lord. For a human, you can be basically everything except for Beast Lord or shaman, right? What is unlocking races about? You can unlock races later by completing faction quests for them. So reaching ally with a faction, I believe, unlocks their race. That just lets you swap between races. Obviously, that's useful for like faction work, or for if you want a racial passive, like the Ogre Sun immunity or the Ixar. Oh, we actually got it. Nice. If you want the stun immunity or the XR AC or whatever, have you? We're gonna have to lay on hands probably straight after this. Yeah, no problem at all. My pleasure. My pleasure, Fulcher. If you have any more questions, I could try and answer them. I'm not exactly the biggest expert on this game, but I know bits and pieces. Again, our biscuit spotted it. Had to recheck that they were slowed then. Probably go balance for a bit. About to run out of endurance anyway. The only thing that really matters for race is like the base class, your primary class. Your other classes don't matter. So you can be an XR Paladin or whatever, or a Druid, or both. But your base class has to be of the race, right? So you want to be a base class XR Paladin, you're going to have to unlock XR somewhere down the road. That doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. We just lay on hands here for efficiency. Rune Inherit has like 60% more damage than Yuzu Hue in multi-target situation. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's really, really good. We did the testing ourselves on it. We compared the numbers of Yuzu to like Rune's threefold. When you have 3 targets with threefold, it's absolutely insane. It's like the best Inherit in the game. Even inherited to someone else, it still does more damage than basically anything else that you could possibly use at its corresponding level. Obviously, you need 3 targets, but there's a lot of fights in the game that need 3 targets. Threefold it's the cock and balls, mate. Cock and balls. Yep, and Rene has Weather Thief. Global players are Yuzu obsessed in terms of like endgame Yuzu obsessed, but Japanese players, like, they've been using Rene and Yuzu forever because they're both really broken, and how Rene, when she's invested, like heavily invested, is comparable to, if not better than Yuzu overall. What makes Yuzu so good is like how accessible she is and how the kunai is on her banner. So like by pulling on her, you are working towards getting the best weapon in the game. Unfortunately, when you pull on Rene's banner, that is not the case. you're getting a trash can character, like at low disciplines and low gear investment. That does not have a good gacha weapon. Realistically, you just want to use both. Like, there's a lot of Japanese players who just run double samurai, or even triple samurai, double ninja. And that's their comp. This thing die or what? Hello? Stuck at 3%. Yeah, so I realized why Beast Lords are so much worse to fight against than Shamans. Shamans don't actually slow most of the time. In fact, I don't even know if they slow at all. Part of their default spell loadout. Beast Lords always do. Beast Lords always slow you. Beast Lords are actually way worse to fight against. Ooh. Double. Actually told where my pet is. Pets? Oh? Pets? Pets? What the hell are you doing? What's going on here? Must have tab targeted the wrong one. Then after it. Oops. Oh god, okay, so yeah. Right, this is a bit fucked. I have to go defensive. Okay, gonna be a long one. So slower here. I think we probably try to resummon Pet. Do it with inversion. Won't be buffed, but we can still put Dima on it. Yeah, I think we're alright now. Gone into Mage Hunter. That's interesting. Interesting choice for me. A little lowy. Slay's still good for a while here. This is Octopath Traveler 2, the boss theme, and yeah, it's incredible. One of my favorites. Haven't played any Octopath games properly other than the Eden crossover. Oh yeah, of course. I forgot that they did that. The Octopath games are okay. They are okay. The first one is not really to my taste. The second one I actually really enjoyed. The third one, base building, ugh. Third one is a rehash of their gacha. They took their like very failed gacha and turned it into a game, and it feels a bit eh. The gacha, I mean, it's a bit of a Weekend at Bernie's situation, Greg. It's technically still there, but yeah, it's not doing so hot. COTC got really messed over. It wasn't very successful to start with, and then it had all sorts of it changed hands, and that didn't help. Like, we thought maybe it might help it, but it didn't. It almost DOS, and then it got saved temporarily by another company buying it. It didn't really get any better. Otherwise, Zero didn't include your favorite character from COTC. Ah, I see. Yeah, COTC's absolutely fucked. It has been for, I don't know, probably a year now. Some of the gacha games are being reborn, kinda. It kinda, sorta. Good direction for the industry. Yes and no. The problem is, if the games are not that great, because like Octopath Zero was the weakest of the series, is considered like by far the weakest of the entire series, right? Like, they basically used their gacha game to make a subpar Octopath Traveler, and that was a great disappointment to a lot of fans. So the problem is, like, if companies are using it for like lazy game design, that's not really great. Oh, that was 3. What? Well, I very much hope the another Eden game is going to be good, but yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Your gacha hating friends thought it was great. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's received very, very, very mixed opinions. Particularly like long-standing Octopath fans, like they're really not super fond of it. There's a common consensus that it's low effort because a lot of it is ported from CATC. That it doesn't have the kind of visual polish that people were expecting from a new age Octopath game. And because there are so many characters in it, it makes people feel like they're very disposable and they're not fleshed out very well. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad your friends enjoyed it. Ah, okay, I'm with you. Vibrother wanted to find Santa. Hey. I guess I can see why they didn't explore that too much in the game. Here, Raddies. Aren't we all really looking for Santa? Trying to trigger Piety Light. Does it matter if I ask for Battle with Greater Warp 1 on Magina's Liberation? I'm so sorry, dude. I have absolutely no idea. I did the Piety Light like a year and a half ago. Does Fast Thoughts know? DCC is better than Zero. No. See, I think COTC when it first launched was pretty cool. But it just went downhill very sharply, as a lot of gachas do, sadly. Yeah, like some people like Zero. It's much more of a kind of Marmite game than the ones that came before it. I feel like Octopath 1 and 2 are both very kind of critically acclaimed, especially 2. Octopath 0 is, yeah, mixed, kind of very mixed sentiments about it. Wait, is this going to be free? Don't really. Would. Off. Move into the middle even more. Answer was. Oh man, it's not at all. Square Enix are a disgustingly awful company. Also, that game is dead. Like, COTC is really, 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 really dead. Like, just because a gacha's still standing doesn't mean that it's in any kind of state. Like, a lot of gacha companies, there are two, like, in a way, sometimes EOS is a mercy for gacha games. Some gacha companies will just bleed a game forever. They will put on this permanent maintenance mode, giving people hope. It's just so sad, man. And COTC is absolutely within that category. It makes me so sad to look at. Square Enix is filth. Like, they will shut down their game instantly. The second it stops making anywhere near as much money as they want to, Square Enix will destroy their gacha. Square Enix has a graveyard full of dead gachas. Really, really awful company. All those games you mentioned, they're all bad. They're all fucks. It's like comparing which pile of turd is more smelly. It's sad. I think a lot of people really wanted COTC to be good, and yeah, it was for a little while. Poor management. With gachas, usually it isn't a case of like whether the game is good, sadly. It's whether the developer gives a shit. And they very often don't. I only ever played 2 gacha games. Probably want to keep it that way. Gachas are evil. Played till Brave Exvius and Another Eden, sure. War of the Visions, but the gameplay was awful. I was never a fan of War of the Visions myself either. I never really clicked with it. But loads of people really loved War of the Visions. Square Enix did both Grave Exvius. I guess it's more like Grave Exvius now, yeah. And War of the Visions very dirty. I mean, they do every one of their games extremely dirty. It's a bit of a meme in the gacha community. Like, if you play a Square Enix game, you're there for a good time, not for a long time. Another Eden's definitely seen better days, but it's chugging along. I like the game. Wish I had a skip button. Another Eden's been going for what, like 9 years now? 8, 9 years? A long old time. Oh, glad you're still enjoying it. I quite liked the story of Another Eden. I thought it was like, it's pretty standard kind of JRPG stuff, but it was decent enough. I look forward to trying to play the single player version. Ultimately for me, it was just a lot of lines of unvoiced text with no skip button for the Dross side story, which was, oh. I like reading too when the stuff is of quality. I don't feel like it really is with Another Eden. With the main story stuff, fine, but like all of the side story stuff, just not it for me. Doesn't make it for me. We need to lay on hands. Got kits. Darn mages. Oh shit, I need to rebuff my pet as well. I completely forgot. but we had a little accident. Probably need to rebuff ourselves as well. I think our symbols dropped off. Probably some other stuff. I like the side stories a lot. The town building sim was really clever with its progression of time and how it played with the player expectations. Wasn't it for me, but I'm glad that you enjoy it. This is another Eden, I believe. I think so. Yeah, we have some another Eden stuff on here. Played another Eden for about, I don't know, 3 months. I tried my best with it. Definitely back up there because otherwise we can get the second golem. Narkai's guy who comes through here spends a bit of time here. He played another Eden for a lot of years. He quit it very recently. I can't remember exactly why. He just got tired of it. Yeah, he was playing since launch, so I knew a lot about. That's why I ended up trying it in the first place. He really loved it. I don't know exactly why he quit. That's a long old time, Greg. Long old time. #1 game in terms of hours. It's probably still World of Warcraft, I would expect. I have over a year played on World of Warcraft. You already killed that, didn't you? Oh. Fuck. Kind of stuff feign that. Probably take longer to feign it off. That is a mage. That's me out of nowhere. Okay, we're done with spellcasting reinforcement. I've spent a lot of time on EverQuest. I spent a lot of time on WoW. Sure, that's probably more than any other game. Spent a lot of time on Langrisser Mobile. That game, I really enjoyed that game. I think that gacha was very good. I think it's still kind of good now, but it depends how our creepers have just gone a bit crazy. Another very long-running game, about the same age as another Eden. Rock Golem. You only killed one Rock Golem, right? Missing one Rock Golem. Definitely spent a fair amount of time on League of Legends, but I don't think it comes up to anywhere near those numbers. About probably 3,000. It's a bit less than that. 3,500-ish hours into Wizardry, Variants Daphne. We're actually up to about 2,000 hours in Granblue Fantasy. It's crazy for how long we've been playing it. Shows how ridiculously life-consuming that game is. Hey, you're better off without it, Greg. Don't worry about it, mate. Best not to think about it. Pretty much say that about any of the games that I spent a lot of time on, I think. Guess I'm slowed. Guess I'm slowed. Sucks. Hi, Cyril. I don't know. I think I'm just trying to be funny. I don't remember the context of most of these quotes. Oh, we never landed in cap here. Oops. Our Spirit of Puma actually lasts over 3 minutes at max rank with Spellcasting Room. That's not that bad. Obviously a pain to reapply, but powerful effect. Kind of drawback. Next, I think we definitely want to look at. I don't want to get this. I kind of want to get spellcasting as well, but I think we need mental clarity. Again to cannibalize. Ah. Yo, double brand. The brand must have been its random loot plus its boss loot. Never seen that before. And the rock golem. I think this should be safe to sit here. Another rock golem kicking about. I don't think we've placed nothing before. Damn, I pushed it. Pushed it back onto the other side. Ah, nice. Other things we were looking for. I haven't seen a Mudman Enforcer. I doubt we can take this beyond +5, but it's better than the Idol. It's probably the best range slot. Regardless. Still looking for another imbued granite as well. Mainly at this point, I think I'm just trying to get the smoldering plans to +9 because we're like just pumped a ridiculous amount of brands into it. Killing, getting some AAs, then I'll move on to Plane of Hate. You got Iroha from Free Bones. I was going to pull her anyway. Oh, awesome. Congrats, Kima. Maybe a dick, but sick. Your college classroom is a luck spot for you. Sounds like it. Still missing one rock golem. Wasn't here in the last clear either. Must be kicking around somewhere. On walkabouts. Other rock golem must have a very long, like, roll path. Odd. There are 4 Ratmen lined up there. Wait till that break up. The Bouldering Brand at +9, +8, sorry, is a Wu's Fist of Transcendence. Right? That absolutely insane that item is. Wu's Fist of Mastery. Wu's Fist of Mash. Probably need to get balanced. Well, we should have killed this Ratman first. Or endurance back. Slizik. Got very slowed. Probably need to get back to offensive to just try and get this guy down. Be here all day. Hey, new. Pain-Eel. Incredibly unpleasant name Pain-Eel is. Place you go to get your see some painful eels. The other Dark Race towns are like pretty innocuously named, like Neriak, Ogok, Bob. They don't sound anything vicious. Like Pain-Eel. Yeah, these guys are evil. Oh, nice. Bonus brand. Door. Ah, the door. My greatest enemy. I'm now rooted, so he's gonna be stuck in the door frame for the whole of the encounter. Sucks to suck. Go away, door. Rats. The mastery of doors knows no bounds. We're free. Free. You're nothing without your doors. I see the rock golem out there right now. Way. The other one is out there somewhere. Out in the courtyard right now. See if we can get out there before it gets up into the top building. Ah, we just missed it. There is an elemental in this corridor as well. Roma haven't got on us yet. This is a 3 or 2. Back into here, but there is an ad in here. Nice to be in a corner though. Just drowsy. I'm not saying my pet's slow isn't excellent, but it's doing a terrible job. Mine is slightly better. Need to lay on hands here. Mess around with that too much. They have magic. I wonder where the elemental is. Hi, Perforate. How are you? Should be two. Yeah, not too bad, thanks. What have you been up to? Relic weapons. Yeah. I think I actually have enough mats to get all the relic weapons now. I think I just have to trade them over time. See what Thursday brings for us. I get offensive. Hey, don't kill my pet. Do not kill my pet. Do not kill my pet. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I hate sick. It actually taps out an injury. I have to let. Yeah. Particularly great place. Let's. Let's inversion out another. Very light buffs on it. Elves. Pretty much just Beamer. I think we need to soul fire here. Our resources are very limited. We're in a difficult. Gonna have to re-slow Slizik. Second. I love the OC while the Ratman look like they're vibing with it. They do look like they're dancing around, yeah. Having a little boogie. Shame the Ratman and I don't get along. In a different world, we could have been good friends. Gotta lay on hands as well, I think, for efficiency here. Need to be balanced. Balance doesn't feel so bad now we have Puma, because like Puma's still dealing a lot of damage even when we're in balance. It used to be that it felt like we did no damage at all when we were in balance, but not so much anymore. I have to stop and rebuff Pet after this. There, yeah. The lower spawn. Ah, there's the elemental just down from us. come up and join us in a minute. Comes. Kill it first. Even at 6% HP, it's gonna have. Even though the rock golem is 6% HP, it's still gonna have less health than that. Way less health than that. We lay on hands here, I think. Now, right. The rock golem here is out front. 2, I think. Ooh, it's 3. Just elementals, but get back to offense now. We don't have a quick heal here. A little bit careful. Have laid now. Rock golem's just at the door. rock golem quota taken care of. Back down to the rats. We only need 2 AAs for the first point of until clarity. Grab that straight away in a second. See? Anyone? Really low on hands. Very low on mana. Hop over its corpse then. I think it's just a crapshoot whether or not I pull Slizzard. It's like how long they linger, whether a Certic. Oh no, no, no. Not that, not that, not that. Anything but that. No! Oh, not again. Poor pet. Right, let's get another one out. Never get unstunned. Criminal for turning my pet's greater hold back on. Keep forgetting, like it's never something I've had to think. They don't capybaras, they're rat men. They were capybaras, they're less aggressive. Stop killing my pet, please. What's your problem with my pet, dudes? What's your issue? Oh no. No! Oh my word. This is criminal. It's actually criminal. We might be dead to this rat man as well. I just tapped out from like having to heal my pet back up. Yeah. Fuck. We got so fucked. Oh my word. No harm, no foul. And on my greater hold, there we go. Or I forget. My number one reason for getting in sticky situations in the game at the moment is forgetting to turn on my pet's greater hold. Oh, I aggravated. The day the DPS died. You can take Mental Clarity 1. Clarity 2 is 3 points. We don't necessarily need to get 4, we just need to get 3. We're going to be another 7 points. And what, 5 for Cannibalize? Inner at least, they're good. Really need to do inner this week. Apparently eat for a living. How are you, Pro? How's it going, brother? Love having my life negated by rock golems. Hi, son. Hey, Rafi. How's it going, guys? Hi, Preg. Love you, dude. What a takeout for the first time in a month and a half. Stoked not to have to cook today. What did you get? Put me through it. Oh, where do you come from? See you there. I do something that you might be able to call cooking at a stretch. McDonald's. Ah, I see, I see. I have not had fast food in... I don't know. It's been a really long time, like maybe 5 years. Just made your first character. Oh, cool, Wraithy. What have you decided on? Warrior Cleric. I don't want to be tanky for your first hit. Yeah, that's understandable. What are you thinking about for your third? Warrior Cleric Bard is something I've seen quite a lot. Too many choices, yeah. But if you want any help, I know a bit about the game. I don't know everything about the game, but I know a bit about the game. I'm no expert. Thanks, Remix. Thanks for following, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bard seems to complement those two a lot. Fills a lot of the gaps. Wait your turn, please. Selfish, isn't it? May well need. It is the Prego in chat. I think he had to go though. Oh no, never mind. He's still here. He was talking about cooking, wasn't he? I just remember seeing it being like, bye chat. Free? We're all like blue. Have you played a lot of EQ before, Brie? You're a veteran. Eating and drinking is still a thing, yeah. The eating and drinking is quite slow. And you can stack food and drink to 100. So after you get past the first few levels, it's a complete non-issue. Honestly, probably a complete non-issue even before that, because it takes so long to eat through your newbie food and water. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Once you get a little bit of platinum, just buy a stack of 100 iron rations and water flasks and you're fine forever. You've never played? Wow. What drew you to it? Don't mind me asking. I've seen a few people come through who haven't played EQ at all. Have never played EQ. Who are trying out Legends. You may need a lot of guidance then. So yeah, feel free to ask anything. Don't feel like it's stupid or whatever. I don't mind answering anything about anything. If I can. Golem down here. Few Path of Exile players say, oh, I can see that. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Interesting. Ah, I see. Yeah, we have quite a few people who come through here who play a fair bit of Path of Exile. I'm mostly a gacha streamer. Mostly stream gacha games, but I always loved Iki. I'm old. I always loved Iki. Nice to be able to play this for a little while. A lot of gacha players love Path of Exile, as it turns out. There's an elemental down here somewhere. I think it's pressing us right now. Never going to Iki, never been that big, depending on other people. Ah, sure. Yeah, well, this game is perfect for that. You really don't need anyone else in this game. It's entirely self-sufficient. Dark Chaos, how's it going, man? We killed the rock golem outside already, didn't we? Maybe one down here. Ow. A lot of damage. Guess he would lay on hands. Or he gets another cast off. Ace. Ugh. Twist so discombobulated when that happens. Brav Flux. I don't think we finished the cast of Ace. No. There is a world where this might be 3. Including boss, big boss man. Got away with it. Lights back up. And if I dual wield or two-hand, generally, dual wielding is going to be stronger. Dual wielding was always a massive benefit. Any class that could do it. Two-hand is great against enemies that have damage shields because you take less retaliatory damage. but for the most part, you are probably going to deal more damage to your building. As a warrior, you do get to... How do you get to rampage with both your weapons anyway? Yeah, I can't see much of a reason why you would want to use a two-hander. The majority of the time. Maybe if you had a really good one and really bad one-handers. Generally in this game, if you can dual wield, you probably should. But if you want to use a two-hander, you can, and it'll be absolutely... That is not very useful, bro. Fucking idiots. So stupid, what the hell? Oh boy. What life we live. I hate getting tossed around in the hole. Two-handed weapons aren't that bad or anything, and there are like some upsides to them, like when you riposte, do more damage with a two-hander. There are a couple of nice uses of two-handers. Knights naturally can't use your wield, so they always kind of default to two-handers when they're trying to deal damage. Yeah, if you have the option to dual wield in this game, usually you want to generally a higher output. Liam Emder. Earth? West side. Rare stackable combinable item. Oh, they're for spell research and stuff. Spellry. Where are our golems? Mortis. We didn't outspeed. Outpace this? Surely not. The elementalism. We kill this first, yeah. I guess we outpace the pawn. Good job, us. How are you now, guys? then this rock golem should be coming up. Or is it the one that's... Getting started. Excellent. Another week. Another grind. I turned my attack off there for a second. That's an oopsie. You love this song? This is from Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush has a lot of bangers. So the other one hasn't spawned yet is the one that's deep down. Spawns over here, I think. I don't know how we got so far ahead of the spawn cycle. We haven't really got any more powerful. Good enemy classes, probably. RIP Hi-Fi Rush. Oh, it's out here. Never mind. Maybe they both have. Big Corper comes for us all. Eventually. That's a different type of coming out. Coming there now, guys. Is a slightly different kettle of fish. Oh, a great place to be summoned into the middle of it. Oh. Feels extremely bad. Come on, back you come, guys. I don't. Do not summon me back out. Come on, in you come. Not kill my pet. Not kill my pet. Rock Golem's obsessed with my pet. Got the rock golem. Back down to the rats. Good old Prey. Still hunting for another set of imbued granite smolders. They are every bit as rare as I remember them being. They're a crazy item on live even. The longest time. What does ratio mean on weapons? It's their damage delay. So the closer their damage is to their delay, the closer the ratio will get to 1. Typically, higher ratio is better. Typically don't want L plus ratio, you ask. What are you talking about, Nick? For me, okay. Rage got necroed off at some point. When Necromancer's doing attack debuff. That's a stole. Knocks off Frenzy. Man's here. Smite comes off. Trap behind a door. Doors in this place are the most deadly thing down here. The elemental is just coming up now. This is the kind of angle that you're looking for, Nick. I can understand why. That's hard as a rock all day long. Probably should have swapped to the elemental and then just pounded it out on this rock golem. These elementals have such a small amount of HP compared to the rock golems. Warrior, paladin. I've just soul fired myself, so full heal in seconds. ADM onto here. Probably should have gone into over channel before we tried that. Guess we won't. soldering brand looking like? Or is this? I don't know. 8, 6, something like that. It's so ridiculous that we stayed here for long enough. The farmer +9. I found out my speed guiding light is bugged too. Even did inspection on grain territory again to just confirm. Damn, I don't know what could possibly be causing that for you. Lay on hands. Hey the bot, what's going on? Yeah, Abyss 2 is a real mess. It's so badly coded, it's still really broken even now. Chances are with Abyss 2 as well, and this is something that makes it really awkward to fix these kinds of things, is like there are probably bugs present in it now that there weren't when we played through it, because of the spaghetti code in the game, they've probably broken a shitload of stuff on it without like realizing when they've changed other stuff, and because so few people like stop to do it, they don't like it doesn't even register that it's happening. Ultra hard with that stuff to try to figure out what's going on. Back from a hangout with your friend. I hope you had a good time with them. Forced him to walk around the city a little bit. Like, did you put a collar on him or and a leash? What kind of relationship do you have with this friend? Bit offensive. About pet getting slammed. Mage that we've been on there. We're gonna have to lay on hands straight after this. For the mage first. We don't have a instant heal right now. Yeah, actually. Healing. Hope for the best. I think I cannot be in defensive right now. to reapply haste. Got this mage, let me get out of the front. Ambidexterity is a really good AA, yep. Very, very potent. Your dual wielding. We need to heal badly. I don't think we can drop out of defensive. We are probably looking at re-slows, aren't we? Okay. We have lay on hands now, so we'll probably use that straight away. What do you think is more important? All of the Bard stuff is extremely important to make Bard work properly. Bards are very, very AA dependent. They will feel not so great until you have a few AAs under your belt, like for the class specific stuff. From what I understand here. So you probably want to look at getting the Bard stuff first. Steadfast Will is also a very big concern if you're not an ogre. Because getting stunned constantly by mobs is really rough. Ogres have frontal stun immunity, so they don't need it anywhere near as much. But other races are probably gonna need Steadfast Will. Oh, you are an ogre. Okay, that's cool. If you're not an ogre, you absolutely have to pay your dues in terms of AA. Like, having maxed out Steadfast Will is better than being an ogre because it gives you all-around protection, but it's a lot of AAs. So as an ogre, you're effectively getting like a lot of free AAs. 40 free AAs or something. Yeah, Ogre is really hard to unlock too. You have to do a really awkward process to unlock Ogre. Trade skilling and various stuff. You have to trade skill. Not only do you have to trade skill, but you have to trade skill with a foraged item, if I remember correctly. That's not good. Not where you want to be. Elemental. That rock golem's out there. One rock golem is out there. Another rock golem. You have smart friends, Rafi. I take it your friends have already played Iki before. Or the people you've talked to, at least, that have played Iki before. Gas Frenzy. There, isn't it? Play these out. Rain back down in a minute. Three, I think. This is what I hear in passing on other people's streams, always watching while playing. Yeah, I'm not really geared up at all, no. Like, I'm level 50, but I haven't really geared at all to wearing things like golden earring. I'm just taking it very slowly. You're meant to go into Planar Sky and just farm the shit out of Planar Sky, but I don't really want to do that. I feel like it will just kind of destroy any challenge or anything of the game. So I'm just kind of making my way through it, just doing a bit of hole grinding. Then I'm going to go to Planar Hate later. Probably do Planar Sky last for that reason. Planar Sky, you get loads of crazy gear, and it's very like grindable. Look at the rolls. I'd love to be able to open the trading depot window, but I have no idea how. Ah, there's the rock golem. We missed our window. Fortunately, we got slowed by the enchanter, which has really brought things to a halt. This isn't a great pool. I think we pacified both sides. then pull the golem out. Will probably be 2 or 3. Ah, lucky. Lucky! Mr. Golem, come down the corridor, please. Thank you. What do you think of Shadow Knight compared to Warrior? I personally think Shadow Knight is the weakest of the 3 tanks. I think Paladin kind of, in most situations, outperforms Shadow Knight. And Warrior does something different to the Knights. Like, Warrior gives you triple attack and it gives you dual wield. And it gives you, various other Warrior things. Your cleaving and your rampaging and all that stuff. So it really sets itself apart from the Knights. The Knights are kind of closer comparisons to one another. I think they're useful with different groups. Like, you see Warrior, Cleric, Bard quite a lot. And generally with Paladin, you see Paladin and Shadow Knight as well. You see Knight, Monk, Shaman, Knight, Monk, Enchanter, that kind of thing. Because as a Warrior, you don't need to be picking up like triple attack and dual wield from another class. The Warrior gives you a bit more freedom in what you're doing, but it's also probably not on the same kind of power level as SK and Paladin outside of that. Yeah, SK feels, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's quite as complete as Paladin, I guess. Paladin covers a lot of holes because it has all the cleric stuff. Has a bunch of cleric stuff. Has lay on hands, which is just incredible. Compared to Harm Touch. They did make Harm Touch a little bit better. There's a leech now. Still not quite a full heal. When you're when you're in better gear, you're pushing a lot more health than this, and this is already a lot of health. 5.5k. I don't think Shadow Knight's bad or unplayable or anything. I just think Paladin's kind of better than it at the moment. But I don't know if it would take that much for that scale to be tipped. Shadow Knight is nice if you're not running Monk, also, because the ability to feign death is just very, very handy, very useful. But you're not going to use a Shadow Knight's feign death if you've got a Monk's feign death. You can kind of use them both, I guess. Cool down a feign death if you're trying to really viciously split something. The other thing that's really nice with Paladin is they have Pacify. Usually, like, Pacify is a really powerful tool here. That lowers the aggro range of mobs, so you can like sink cool things very easily. Shadow Knights don't have that. Unless you got like a cleric in your kit with the Shadow Knight not getting Pacify. All the Knights are cool for their own reasons, though. I don't really think Shadow Knight is that far behind Paladin, really. Both perfectly fine. If I was going to run some really out there stuff, I would definitely be looking at Warrior, I think, because you can run Warrior with pretty much any 2 classes. You run Warrior, Healer, X. You can have that X be pretty much anything. You can have it be Bard, Necromancer. Probably you can do. I'm sure you can do stuff like Rogue. I can't really think of anything that doesn't work with that combo. Other than like... pretty much anything really. Paladin has so much healing inbuilt into it that you can actually run healerless Paladin. A lot of people do Paladin, Paladin Monk Enchanter, particularly. You actually need the healing. You have Paladin Monk, you have Mend and Lay on Hands. A lot of instant healing. How close are we on our brand? We're getting there. This is the first, it's going to be the first item I've naturally raised to +9. Been down here for so long. I always like this camp on live though. Be haste in a second as well. One more brand for the pile. Ah, that's the rock golem out there, isn't it? We need to be a bit careful with this. This is pulling. We need to pull this into. Oh, cool! We got a single. Not expecting that. The other rock golem's still roaming up. I don't really want to be in a situation where we have both golems. June, I still don't know what, since I run one character with friends, able to hit difficulty 3 in Crushbone as an Enchanter Beast Druid. Yeah, I mean, you've got a really good combination of things there, right? Got lots and lots and lots of different abilities and things. Enchanter is honestly absolutely crazy, but leveling particularly. It facilitates everything. It kind of trivializes like any kind of dangerous room. Just like mass stun, mass mares. Really cool. Enchanter's always been so powerful. It's not really that surprising, right? One of the coolest classes I think ever in MMOs. Enchanter. No other MMO would let Chandra exist. It's so powerful. You can't have balance with it, really. Doesn't care about that. Never really cared about that because it's all about group play. These were before the days of the whining WoW forums. Hunter's OP. Bard as well. Bard is an extremely versatile, incredibly powerful class. That would never exist in another MMO. Bard, Enchanter, Wizard. Oh boy, you have so many tools. That must be fun. Yeah, Charm's so busted. I don't know if it's still the case, but one of the most powerful things you can do in this game right now is Charm the Plane of Sky B, and it does so much damage. Fox and the others in Final Fantasy XIV, they have just reached the end of Heavenswood, Cyril. I think they may have just started on Stormblood, or they're right at the end of Heavenswood. To efficiently handle those golems that time. Get ahead of the spawn. Okay, balanced our endurance back. Other one. On doors. The door's actually blocking me from using my specials. You're an absolute scumbag. Get out of here. No. Doors. Please. Would you go in my NE slots? If you are running something like a rogue, you want to have a dagger in your NE slot. Because you usually don't want to use the dagger. You can also equip like a Ooh, this might not be true. Go for bashing? Maybe? I think you need two-handed bash to do it though. It generally wants to be just something with a lot of stats on it more than anything else. If and when you get a haste item, like, you probably want to put that in there. You want to put weapons. You don't really want to put weapons in there. You don't need to put haste in there. I don't know. Just generally, like, I'd have 2 chest plates in here right now. And ideally, probably, like, 2 heavy shields. Probably, like, Shield of Rainbow Hue. The AC and save all item. Ultimately, probably in there. Doing okay, thanks, Lars. How are you? Yeah, you don't get any damage from extra weapons in your NE slot, no. The only weapon you'd want to put in your NE slot is a dagger if you are a rogue. If you plan on doing rogue, because or not a dagger, but a piercing weapon. You want to backstab with it, but you probably don't want to equip it. You want to equip a high damage backstabber. Yeah, it's good camp, lads. Yeah, try out Arknights on PC on the 13th. I'd rather. I'm not going to say that. That's an unacceptable thing to say. No, I'm not. I've already played Arknights. It's not for me. And I don't like Hypergriff as a company. Besides, our week is stacked up anyway. We have Dread Barrage on Granblue Fantasy on Thursday and the next part of the Final Fantasy collab on Wizardry. We are stacked up this week. Yeah, time for no Arknights. But we can get Mental Clarity too now. Oh, my pet took the harm touch. Poor kid. Thanks, Gorner. Oh, fitting name. Offensive in out. Ooh, I might want to watch that. Thought about it. Someone's done a video on the Suikoden Starleap gacha rates. Damn, it looks so cool. Really captured the style of it. I take it they have not summarized this. Can't be bothered to right now. I'll look later. There's an elemental somewhere down here. I mean, there could be a rock golem coming out from down there too. I know. I was about to say we're not slowed yet. We are now. There's no rock golem out here. May still be down from us. We'll take the second mental clarity, shouldn't we? Or no sign of either the elemental or the rock golem yet. Yeah, maybe, Miss Okay. Worth trying anything. It sucks so much that you're affected by that. I'm sorry, man. Wish I could help, but I don't know how. The elemental. Oh, the rock golem's down here. Well. Ah. Found a gathering. Lay on hands after this. Get the Crusader down. Ridiculous how many brands we've pulled. Fortunately, we did get slowed by the counter. Gonna take a little while. They're close to 150 pulls on my standard. What should I get when I do? I'm so close to 150 pulls on my standard. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean by that. Oh. Oh, do you mean you've got 150 of the tokeny things? Trade in. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, sure. I don't really know. It depends what you need, really. So many things to buy there. It's going to be very account dependent. Really, it's a dot here, really. Having so much mana. Front row Ranger MC is wild, Mr. YK. Holy moly. That's too rich for my blood. That sounds like an absolute death wish. Yeah, just don't get hit, lol. Good. No welcoming party. The rats have already roamed. Feels bad to walk into the rat den and not be immediately welcomed. Open arms. I don't know, Narcos, you can never be too sure, mate. That was a real really shouldn't have done. Please don't kill me, thank you. Fucking hell, man. There must have been a mage there. That was rough. My fault, though, completely. I made that pull. Cool. You need to corpse retrieve. No, there's no corpses in this. Why I play kind of a bit much more recklessly here than I would in like Monster Memories. I just fuck around and just limit test constantly. Do stupid shit. There's no real punishment for dying here. I have to rebuff quickly. Get booted by the zone and then rebuff. We need 2 more brands. Then we'll move on to Plane of Hate. Go kill Mastiel before we move on as well. That is not. Rooted right now, so I can't go and hit the thing. Get a bit of healing aggro. Excited for the big Wizardry update on Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We've got both the Final Fantasy collab update this week and also Dread Barrage on Grand Blue Fantasy. So the second half of the week is going to be pretty busy. Yeah, the crossover. You think they will add Fordrake junk to currency exchange like in new locations? I would expect so. That seems to be the running theme now. I think I feel like what they're going to do is they're going to make Fordrake into a good farming spot for people who are in Abyss 3. So that it might not even end up being a like late game thing at all. And they're just going to make it so... Because right now in Abyss 3, there really aren't that many great farming spots. Even the good farming spots are not really that great. Imagine if they had like an Alabaster level kind of cave farm equivalent for Abyss 3. I don't know the bot. I have no idea. Because I think they're going to use it as yet another tool to try to propel players through Abyss 3. As that seems to be their big focus at the moment. Yeah, that's true. They do have the difficulty selector in For Drake. Very, very good point. I actually completely forgot about that. See a streamer take down the fourth Greater Warp one. Damn, that's so cool. Fourth phase of fourth Greater Warp one. Nice. I look forward to when we actually are able to do Abyss again. Maybe next year. Oh, that's such bad timing. I risked the rock goal. No. Sent my pet after the wrong one. The wrong Crusader, the one in the background. Would have been awful. I have so much Earth Quartz, Acumen. I have so much more than I could ever possibly need. I don't think it has 100k, does it? No, actually. Version. Yeah, it's a long fight, but I don't know how long it actually is. I don't know how much HP, much of that is HP and how much of that is just it doing a lot of things. Yeah, I've done the fourth ending of Abyss 4. I've done the first half of Abyss 5. I mean, I've seen the cave. Does that count? In terms of difficulty, is Abyss 4 True End harder than Corrosion Zero Abyss 3 fights? They're different. They're very different. Extremely different. Abyss 3 Greater Warp 1 is a terrible fight. It's just an awfully designed fight. It's literally just a DPS check. The Abyss 4 fight is anything but that. It actually makes you think quite a lot. You have to do a lot of different things and you have to play around its mechanics, or you're going to get fucked up. They're totally different. Yep, me too, Narcos. We can't meet the damage requirement for Abyss 3 Zero Corrosion. But they've finished Abyss 4. Abyss 4 isn't... The Abyss 4 Warp 1, Greater Warp 1 doesn't really have a... like a super mode. Just naturally kind of hard because it's mechanically a little bit difficult. You have to think of it. Can't just blaze it down. Most people won't be able to, at least. I really like 4th Greater Warp 1. I think it's really well designed. They did a great job with it. I like all of the fights in Abyss 4. In fact, all 3 of the bosses, 2 mini bosses and boss. They're all done really well. They make you think. Yeah, rare Camille L. She actually does basically nothing. I think the first form does do a stun, doesn't it? First, one of the tentacle attacks or something does a stun, but like, yeah, it's not really a thing. Probably the weakest. Like a pure DPS check, a patchwork fight, like it's one of the worst things for healer. They don't contribute anything. Abyss 4-4, he's talking about the true ending Greater Warp 1 on Abyss 4. Abyss 3-0, he's talking about Zero Corrosion for the 3rd Greater Warp 1. Hardest. Oops, wrong way. Working party, hello. Gonna have to go balanced. Endurance is apt. Yeah, it's 6. 6 max for the true ending. It's the worst. So you better get used to playing around with that, man, because the whole of Abyss 4 has triggers like that. All 3 of the bosses. Where you have to manage your damage. Keep it in your pants. Oh yeah, who was it? Knuckles. Someone I know. Metasigma. Ah, cool. Yeah, I've seen him about. Big congrats to him. I love how satisfying it is to beat the bosses in Wizardry when you're struggling on them. It made me laugh a lot to see some people who, like, just mindlessly smash everything with Yuzu. Get very stumped by that boss. It's not really that hard, the Abyss 4 boss. It's not actually really that hard. It's just like you have to pace yourself a bit. Same with the wolf as well. And people were just like killing themselves on it, and they couldn't understand for the life of them what they were doing wrong. It's like, I'm doing all the damage in the world. What could be going wrong? It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe you should try not doing all the damage in the world? I don't know. Kind of funny. Yeah, Alabaster makes everything way easier. They added Alabaster pretty quickly after the start of Abyss 4. I can't remember how long it was. Maybe like a month and a half, something like that. I bet they'll do the same for Abyss 5 when we eventually get there. They'll probably have a dungeon that they introduce within a couple of months. Helps people gear up for it. I think they learned their lesson with Abyss 3. They're trying to go back and fix that now. It's why I really think the Fordrake remake is going to be suitable for people who are Abyss 3. Who Abyss 3ers, who are stuck on Abyss 3. And it will be something we can be like, yeah, you should probably go and farm in Fordrake. If you're struggling. I think it's a great fight. I think it's a really, really good fight. But I really like it. I like all of the Ooh, medals from the hero arena. That would be interesting. Bring a healer, mate. Hero medal. I never really even thought about that. Oh, I fancy it. I like Doll as well. Anything that makes players think I'm a big fan of. Oh, free brand. Gonna win a chicken dinner. Just like the fights that are more than just tactics fight. Yeah. They're good. The only fight that I don't like is the third grader warp one. The only fight in the whole game that I don't like. Third grader warp one. Because it is literally just a DS check. It's boring. Nice, Toshri. Octonaris and Melgina to Octonaris is still one of my favourite fights in the whole game. I think it's a really, really, really well put together fight. There's a huge variation of moves and things that they can do. It just feels very epic. Most people don't really get to experience it very much nowadays because it's so easy. Just kind of rush through it. Don't even notice it. Yeah, really fun fight. I think Helmet's kind of cool too. A big +9 smoldering brand. Okay, let's bounce. I think we're done with this place. We need to go to, I guess we can Origin. Oh, wait. Wait. Let's go kill Maciel. Well, actually, we can't get out from here, can we? Can't get back up from the... Drop the... Oh, no, we can. We have to fight up. Yeah, that's not happening. Let's skip back. Yuzu's done irreparable. Okay. I think it's just inevitable that damage is going to get creps, isn't it? There's a lot of guilty parties. It isn't really just Yuzu. A lot of things that just do way more damage now. Even just fighters, you know? Like, fighters do way more damage than they did back then. Because, two-handed weapon buffs. But after Great Warp 1, of course. She is so weak, yeah. So I generally want to use one-handed weapons with the least delay or most damage. It doesn't really matter too much for dual wielding. You probably just want to use your highest ratio in your main hand. Yuzu is very one-dimensional, I agree. Yeah, no worries, Rafi. Yuzu is very one-dimensional. She just doesn't have a lot of like attack patterns or anything. Like 99.9% of the time, you may be shedding if it's not up, and then you spam 1000 Hue, and that's it. That's her whole kit. Rene has more, yeah, Rene has more attack patterns and options. but she's also much weaker on a ground level, at least. Oh, it's back up there, isn't it? I wonder what we'll see for anniversary. I wonder if we're going to see some crazy bonkers shit. Ah, we need to... Yeah, I guess we just do it on 4. And if we can face... Oh, Mastiel is a wizard. That's a lot more convenient. Oh, wait, we're on 0. I thought I said to 4. Fuck. There's not really much point in killing him on 0, is there? Not doing much for us. There we go, that's better. Down with the this we can kill for free. The others will aggro him. Oh, actually, might be able to pacify now, right? Now that we're higher level. Have the fiend. Gonna pull him. It might do. But have to burst this fiend. Don't really worry about him. Paper Mastery. Slow. Yeah. Over here. Cool. That one has herself just. Are of course slowed. Will be for the entire fight. That's just kind of the way it is. Might have to deal with that. Chandler. Point. Owen doesn't have a second clash yet. Apparently, he's getting it this month. Re-slow. What, that stun? Crikey. Almost out of mana. Won't do such nasty things to us anymore. Yeah, Heinrique's a fantastic named adventurer. There's so many good named adventurers now, general adventurers. Literally make a whole team out of them, and more, and have overflow. They're all legendary quality, really. Play on hands ourselves here. He is out of mana. Just stripped his buffs, really. Do it now. A bit late, but. My sweet. Thought we had that power.
think we're probably pretty safe to just mod him up now. Speed this up a little bit. Slow. In cap. Holy. They put Soulfire up on myself. That was a lot of damage. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, I really wouldn't bank on them adding more relics. It's cool if they do, but I wouldn't jump to conclusions with it. Rel's Girdle. Serpent Steed. Rel's Girdle. Might as well merge it. Might as well. Okay, let's bounce. Apparently you can get a yeah, you can get and you found out earlier, which is absolutely incredibly good item. Don't actually know how we finished the Orator. We're looking for the crater. Crater. Out there. Figures it's a bard. Bard NPC. Oh, is that another I want? I don't actually remember how to bring up that window, the task window. Chief. Journal? Okay. Okay. Ah, yeah, so we have to ask what happened. What happened? Targeted. What? Forward further. Find a scroll for the Korisky. I think I've lost those scrolls over the. Yeah, but they haven't gone very far. Go see if you can find one. All incredibly. tiny left. Happened here. So the scroll can be found in a side room on the tabletop just outside the safe area. Side room or tabletop? Ah. There's that scroll. Orator found. Found scroll. Disintegrated, you say? Fortunate, but I'm glad to hear that you were able to read it before it crumbled completely. What you described as definitely jogs and memories. You have to ask about the curse. Vector Jabitsi. The Sarnak or Vector. Heretic. Vector. Curse. No. The curse? There we go. It's empty. Land all these years. According to records, we could desert above a massive forest in which many elves, grandeur for what out the ire of the god. Given the gulf time between the event and our landing here, safe from whatever wrath fell those before us were wrong. After we spent some time here and translated the elves' work, started bending their spells to our design. Given the residual magic that flows here, exceptionally potent, whether it's natural or a result of godly smiting, a combination of the two, we decided to try some experiments of our own. Small escaping eyes began by imbuing the sand around us with magic, then tried grafting into it clay that we normally use to create our golems. Thought being that the combination of the making powers of the golems stronger, harder golems. Fortunately, that's not going to plan. The cool the experiments were showing promise at first. Some of us kept pushing forward with it. Others pored over the remaining tomes, find any scraps of information they could. The age of the books and the pain of translation. On a clue. Write out the scrolls. Never found which god, goddess, or gods wrote this. Say you care to go search the shelves for anything. Probably have to go back. We'll make a remake option for normal gear. I would love to see add relics. Don't think it's a good idea to add. Behind the gacha necessity for points. Oh Jesus. you looking for here? Another, maybe? Hello, sir. What are you up to aggroing me? You're like level 1, brother. Get out of here. I don't know. Sure, the Cesti's fine, but yeah, I don't know. Seems excessive to me. Ah, that's all I'm looking. Oh no, no. It's up in here. And there, not in here. Here? Been a while since I've seen Abomination. Level 1 newbie items. Rose, brother. I think I need to go back. Let's be the Great Award one. Congrats, man. Awesome job. Wow, look at this guy. Surprisingly easy. Watch out for this dude. Nothing wrong with the Final Fantasy 13 OST. Ah, that. Bro. Exactly, Narcos, exactly. Work smart, not hard. Please. Go back and find another scroll. Maybe now we can click the scroll that's in this room. Sure. Right before. Right now. Where was it though? Where it was in this room, no? Uh, oh, there it is. There it is. Never really got into Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So we need to say. Oh. Oh, I see. Ah, we have to kill them. Oh, I killed that before because I'm an idiot. Okay. Get back. Back we go. I don't know what the respawn's like on these guys. Pick out this tomb spiderling. Idiot spiderling. The respawn can't be that long. The newbie area. Probably like 5 minutes. Nice. Next. Tell Defector about the goal. Yeah, take. Take chips out of my auto. You don't need the money from bone chips now. Store them. Golem. One more favor attack. Kill a Spirit of Desiccation, kill a Flaming Wraith, kill a Vitrified Skeletongo. I'm probably gonna scream down here. Have looked around this new. Quickly, this room at. You probably do. Ah. Spirit of Desiccation. Or the other room. Vitrified Skeleton. The other one that we're missing? Spirit of Desiccation. What could that be? These are placeholders. Don't know where else could it be. Go back down to the bottom room first. See what respawns down there. This has the golem in it. I don't think it's gonna be it. Why am I playing first person? Just feel like it. Ah. Is it? Ah, yeah, Spirit of Disc. I always used to play in first person back in the day. That cracking battle. Kind of just use first and third person interchangeably in this game. Really not used? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Right. Who was it? Still the ghost, yeah? About what? Chili, what is that meow? What the hell's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? That noise? What's the noise for? What's wrong with you? Getting so vocal as you get older. Okay. That's the money shot. These have endurance regen on them. Makes them excellent. I think I want to level those up as well. Major for Tiff. Greater. Don't think we have enough mats to raise that higher, right? We only have 2 graders. Three, 4 graders for that. Don't need this anymore. Then I think we go to of Hate. Not been to before here. To repeat that quest, I don't think you can. I've just never done it before. I didn't know it existed. Got plenty of time. I want to do Vox today. I'll try and get Tobrin's mystical eye patch to get seeing Viz. Future proofing. So I never have to look at Vox again. Have guiding lights in Compendium. I have absolutely no idea, Mr. YK. I'm really sorry, man. So I don't know here. I don't know if I just take the raid instance. Lars, do I just take the raid instance up to go and farm Plane of Hate? But like, will that actually have the trash and stuff? I don't know how else to get to Plane of Hate without Wizard Port. I guess I could port up there and then make an in. Does that work? No, bro. Good luck, Mr. YK. Then you got in by that lockout. Okay. So I guess we'll go up there on 4. I don't think we can kill Inarek on 4, but I want to go up there and farm on 4. See if we can farm on 4. Hello, cheat. Man, I do not remember this zone at all. This has been a hot minute. Okay. We have a map. Helpful. God. Remember pulling things all the way back into here. What that is. Gone in the bot. Should composite reinforce this? So true. I love the mimic animations, man. I haven't seen this so long. Happy little hopping chests. Ah, that's why we're seeing. Who would have guessed? Ages. Rebuff quickly. The Ratman genocide is over. Yeah, it's over for now.
This place is crazy. I barely remember anything to do with it. I remember fighting in a pulling very places. It's a mini boss. The Ratmen were the evil ones, okay? Not me. They deserved it. They were definitely not peacefully living down in the hole. Yeah. Yeah, they were causing a lot of trouble for people. Something. Yeah. They were Ratmen. They were Ratmen. Like, how could they be good? The Rouge boots. We don't really need those. I suppose there's a case to like collecting stuff. I'll try out other collecting. Am I ever gonna use Rogue? Not like a Rogue Maniac. Probably not. Ah, go on then. Storage space. Got a pet here. HP and it just bounce heals. This is the plane of the god of hate, Karuk. Also where you have to go to kill Inaruk. I don't know if we'll be able to do it on this difficulty though. This is gonna be pretty hard. Really just up here to try and farm some gear. Once we're up here, we could probably just leave instance and it will drop us in Plane of Hate. Yes. We probably should have spun it up on Deep Zero. Fine, we're up here now. Nikolite, that is warrior. Both boss. Hello, Chili. I can hear you.
Come on. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, because I'm looking to farm some armor up here. That was what I should have done, but it's fine. We're here now. See if we can do anything here. Oh. Really, really bad. So far. Not in getting condemnation of knife. We are in pretty big trouble here. Oh, these stuns. Reapply slow pretty soon. About 2/3 through her mana. Puma as well. Pillage her quickly. Slow. Course. Slow. Hands. Out of mana. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. Slow's about to wear off. Might actually be able to deal some damage. Incap her. That's right. Wow, that didn't stick through over channel. Really? Wow. Yeah. We got the incredible Insidious Manacle for Enchanter and Insidious Halo for Enchanter. It's a class boss, right? I guess we stay these, keep these. Yeah, because these are all class bosses, right? I forgot about that. This is probably like common or something. I totally forgot that this was a mechanic in here. If I can kill them, yeah. If I can kill them. Yeah, they're gonna each have an armor type because they're like class bosses. You used to this used to be the main way of getting like the big pieces of the armor, the chest and the legs. So hard to get them from various stuff. If it might have been impossible, I can't remember. Right, Master of Spite, you're up next. You should slow your heart and shatter your soul. Jarman then. Every time I am slowed, my soul does feel a little bit shattered. Strip him. We're gonna be extremely slowed for that. Better enjoy it while it lasts. Oh, we didn't land in cap. Doesn't seem like this one's going to be dangerous. It's just going to take a long time. We'll re-slow and dot as well. Gonna be a dot boss. We'll lay on hands when we get low. Considering what a hard time we're having with these, I don't like my chance for inner reach too much. But we'll see. You know, it's a wizard. It's gonna be blasting. It's gonna be. Be slow and re-dot in a minute. We're actually unslowed right now. It's a miracle. Slow just dropped off. That was the time. I just spending your mana healing and not re-slowing. Ooh. Is warrior? Oh no, it's shaman. Well, I mean, we can use this. Like, we can actually use this. Probably not. Ruby will definitely take that. Take the on me. Where all my gold and my plat is going. Ruby. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't think this does. Really like the save magic. I think I'd rather keep the skull shape. We're getting to the point of the game where like saves are way more important than stats. Getting our saves up is going to be really super important. Hey, Senna. Music's. Oh shit! Yeah, thank you, thank you. I totally forgot. I always forget after Clock Tower. You didn't ruin my life at all. You helped me a lot. Thanks, Senna. I wish you'd been here to tell me 5 hours ago. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. For whatever reason, Clock Tower alters my mic volume. How are you, Quantum? How are you, Arito? Oh shit, we've got two on us. I think we lay on hands, and then we'll go from there. I didn't even think about the idea that there might be more than one in that pool. Fuck. They're both slowed now. I think we should be okay. Okay. This one actually isn't slowed. That's part of the problem. Jesus. Please get slowed. Thank you. I definitely should have just feigned these off. Oh, that's just killed my pet. Ugh. Right, okay. Sure, that's gonna re-aggro when I pop up as well. Clock Tower is hijacking JJ's mic and secretly recording my voice. Maybe. Although, that said, like, I'm recording my voice literally every day. And uploading it in multiple public formats. So, it's probably alright. How about you? How'd Clock Tower go? Yeah, Clock Tower was fun. Clock Tower are always fun. First day off of 4. Nice, wonderful. Hope you enjoy yourself. I need this pet to de-aggro me. Very, very badly. Okay. I wouldn't worry about a night where you are in the game, Razul. Would not concern yourself with that right now. A night is a luxury in Daphne, really. You have to spend so much time farming, and a night doesn't really help you with that. Let's quickly rebuff. We're gonna need to wait for our mana to come back a bit. Fortunately, I still don't have cannibalization AI. I'll quickly convert my HP to mana. I think we're gonna have to lull up here, right, and then lull behind, or we have to do an actual factual split. Ah, okay, we can actually see this one from here, so we don't have to lull that one. Just lull this one. That doesn't have a pet, does it? No, Warrior Berserker. We should be in over mastery. Over channel. We should definitely kill the pet first here as well. Yeah, where you're at in the game, Iraqi, I'm sure you get a lot of use out of knights because most of the stuff you're doing is very hard. And you obviously have whatever speed tuning you need, etc, etc, etc. See my last message. After we chatted, I looked around for systems. You heard of Fate Accelerated? No, I've never heard of Fate Accelerated. What's it all about? Talk me through it. Sorry, Senna. Is there a good General Knight that... No, not really. The General Knights kind of suck. Barbara, I think, is probably the best because she gives reduced cost to some Knight stuff, which I think is useful. I've seen some Japanese players using her. I just really wouldn't recommend anyone builds a Knight early on. Especially not in the Knight way. If you're going to use a Knight, just use it as a fighter and like as a bad fighter, in my opinion. Some people really like Knights leveling up, but those people tend to be people who really are into the Knight gameplay thing. I think most people will find themselves frustrated with Knight. Most the average player. No. It isn't really that. There are no Knights that are good for general play. That's what I'm trying to say here. Like for general play, i.e. farming, like leveling up, whatever, all of that shit. There are 0 Knights that are useful for it. Not the best Knight in the game. It doesn't matter. It's completely pointless because like to be able to make Knight work properly, you have to have it speed tuned. It needs to be of level where it has Knight's defense, and it needs to be speed tuned because otherwise you're not really going to get any point out of it being a Knight, or very little. Oh, it's Maestro, isn't it? Maestro of Rancor. It's been a while. This is just Ashenbone Drake. That seems like an exceptionally rough pull. Okay. This is going to be Cleric. Like, we could absolutely ignore this. I'm pretty sure this is the Cleric, isn't it? I don't know. Some way to find out. Landing pacifier on this is going to be interesting. Okay, that is actually completely unaffected. Right. Chances that this singles. Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, this only has 2 classes. Maybe this isn't oh, this isn't a boss. Oh my god, it hits pretty fucking hard though. Did it harm touch me? Oh, it harm touched me. That's okay. Could be worse. Knights are just not very good when you're leveling up. If you play them as a fighter and just like, and then occasionally use some of their abilities maybe, then they're okay. Then they'll be fine. But if you try to play it as a knight, like as an all-in defensed up knight, you're going to be very disappointed. You're going to run out of SP. You're going to find it extremely ineffectual, and it's not going to help you farming at all. What I always say about knights in Wizardry variants, Daphne, is they're an amazing 7th character. So they are a luxury. All good, I know the deal. Just fairly lightweight in that you can run, kind of just make your character whatever you want thematically. And instead of the basic stats, you have careful, clever, flashy, forceful, quick, and sneaky as stats. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love those sorts of systems. I really like those lightweight systems, Senna. I think they're really fun because you can just kind of make what you want out of them. I don't think the rules heavy things work. I honestly don't think rules heavy systems work too well for our tables. Our table. I think it can be fun. I hit you up after stream, I think. Oh yeah, it's all good, it's all good. Moments mechanics, yeah, exactly. I mean, even when we play Pathfinder, we don't really interact with the mechanics that much. We need to reslow. Kind of need to heal the pet as well, huh? Getting beaten up by a damage shield. Why is Bard a DPS class in Final Fantasy XI? Because Final Fantasy XI is a very, very rigid game in terms of its class distribution, and in terms of raids. Probably the most rigid MMO I've ever played in terms of that. The encounters are meticulously crafted to be certain DPS checks, like exact DPS checks and things. So they can't afford to have anything other than Holy Trinity gameplay, where all of the tanks are fairly equal, all of the healers are fairly equal, and all of the DPS are fairly equal. There's no room for anything else. It's one of the biggest weaknesses. It's like strengths and flaws of Final Fantasy XI. Shadowed Book? What's that for? Shadowed Book. Shadowed Book. Words of Darkness quest. Any of that? I think the Ashenbone Drakes are Shadow Knight. No, or Necromancer. I remember you had to get a Ashenbone Drake piece for the Shadow Knight epic. Ashenbone Drake pelt or hide or something. Which actually makes absolutely no sense, does it? How can they ever hide? They're fucking skeletons. If you want to see an actual Bard, Bard in this game is probably the best rendition of Bard I've ever seen. Because EQ doesn't really care about class balance because the game is based around, or was based around, group play and nothing really else. So they didn't mind making classes like completely off the wall, like completely different, and in some cases kind of overpowered. So Bard and Enchanter particularly, they don't really play by the rules of the game. Bard, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff, and they are like very, very supportive. But unfortunately, in Final Fantasy, you're only going to find homogenization with the classes. They're going to play slightly differently, but they're going to ultimately do basically the same thing. Just the type of game it is. This never got incapped. This is a Shadow Knight. This is going to harm touch me. I can't remember what the shield is from. It might be from Maestro. I think the shield might be from Maestro. The Cure Disease shield. Shield of the Immaculate. Don't know why I'm trying to land that without it. Over channel. Yeah, it's great when you're autoing Razil. Quite 69. Only 2 off the best number. Pet is an actual jobber. His name is Jobber. It does sound like something Kurt, so yeah. I don't know. Breeze. Let's chill for a second. See Maestro first. So over channel. He's a cutie, isn't he? He's actually popping off. He's a mage, so this is going to be near infinite damage. We need to go, in fact, we probably need to go Mage Hunter. Or we're going to absolutely fucking blasted into next week. I don't think we can afford to be in an offensive stance against this. Gonna actually butter our biscuit. Yeah, he's a mage. That's the secret. That's the secret to damage on mobs in this game. If they are they a mage? Yes, no. Welcome back, Narcos. We lay on hands after the shock. Oh, I don't think that pacifier is going to do us much good. They nuke me backwards half a step and then summon me. It's rude. Oh my word. My pet's getting absolutely clunked. We have Soulfire about to go off. Oh! Tried to be cheeky. Didn't work. What a beast. He's a scary boy, isn't he? Jesus. He just started popping off. He was all chill and then he was just popping. Hello, OTR. We're all gadget stories and a lot of MMO stories about Dick riding the MC, yeah, because people love being glazed. So unfortunately, Maestro has a real mana bar. He doesn't burn through it. He is able to cast like pretty much endlessly. So we can only really weather it. I think Mage Hunter's where we probably want to be at. Well, basically the whole thing. Need to try and manage my resources a bit better. So we can do mini canny on ourselves. This unfortunately doesn't restore much health, but better than nothing. Humor. From Manatic. Over mastery, over channel, sorry. And then there's Incap. And then we'll strip him. Whack a slugs on ourselves. And our pet. And go to recovery. I have a feeling what happened a minute ago was my slow wore off and I wasn't watching it properly. I think that's why he started doing a load of damage out of nowhere. Our slow is 60%, so when it drops off, like, yeah, things do a lot more damage. Re-slugs ourselves. And up air. Okay, over mastery. To re-slow. And we'll put up dots because our mana's looking great. Slugs ourselves again. Slugs pair. Get back to recovery. Re-Puma. Re-Puma pet. Yeah, I think I must have let slow drop off before. Really silly. I'm not seeing any kind of spike that I saw last time. Slugs. But slugs. Don't you actually even need to slugs the pet? Oh, we will anyway. Just easier. Over channel, really slow. It's just dropping off. And double dot it as well. We are doing pretty well. Kellen's 7-string loot. Well, I guess we'll take one of them. We can't store this? Really? We can't put it in like our equipment? Okay. But why though? I mean, I've just put it in here. I don't know why that wouldn't auto loot. No Kellen's 7-string loot for you, Lars. Sorry, mate. What's Maestro drop? So Maestro drops some cool shit. I think he drops the like erudite shield with vision on it. Yeah, Shield of Stalwart Seas. Ah, he's what dropped Even's song for you. Drop some cool haste gauntlets. Bassoon haste gauntlets. I've never once seen those ever before. We can go offense. This is Cleric Shadow Knight Necromancer, so we may need to do Mage Hunter or something, I don't know. The harm touch. I don't even use a side, just Google it. Right, you can find it all on the Project 99 website. Slugs herself. Actually forgot to Bramblecoat myself as well. He's a Necromancer, so he's going to take off our Frenzy. There isn't really much we can do about it. And reapply it if he ever runs out of mana. Google. Find out Maestro, Maestro of Rancor's drop tables. Ooh, that was a big old hit. I'm not ruling out the idea that we might need to use a defensive stance here. But I'll keep pounding for now. To Repuma. He's kind of blasting through his mana though, unlike Maestro, who's just an eternal nuke machine. Okay. We go Mage Hunter. Fair enough. 3 slugs. We're gonna need to re-slow. Three slugs. Guess put a slug on the pet as well. Got Mend off in a second. I'm not too worried about my own health. Big asshole in a helmet kicking a small lizard. Yeah, small baby lizard. He is almost oom. Yeah, the mini bosses up here are all really big. Right, he is tapped out of mana. We can probably drop into offense now. Three slugs. Three slugs. Okay, I'm not liking the cut of your jib, my man. I'm just gonna slip into defensive. You're kind of fucking me up. Very slow. Re-incap. Probably dot him up at this point. Repuma. Puma pet. The slugs. I really need to get on the other side of the pet, don't I? I didn't realize it was standing on top of me. Might have been from the shunting. He's not going to make that appointment. I think we can now shift back into offensive. Should be alright. We got lay on hands for emergency. I've got a golden earring. And a drop of crystallized flame. Little sluggos. For cleric chest. Oh, I mean, it's not very useful for us right now, but yeah. If we ever want to do a cleric, oh baby, that's Innorik through there, right? I wonder if any of these other places are spawned. Probably not, right? Imagine not. Kind of cool that they have all of the bosses just gathered up here on this mode. Yeah, it's really, really nice that it's all kept together. To gobble myself up a little bit. Doesn't really make a whole lot of difference though. Right. Lord of Loathing. Oh, resisted with overchannel on. What an absolute hacker. Yeah, we stuck it. Jesus, this guy's defenses are crazy. Oh, Puma. Probably lay on hands here. Just low enough that topping myself is not going to be very easy. That's 15% damage from the Ice Comet with Mage Hunter on. Not extremely happy about that. Rehaste ourselves. Oh, we haven't actually had a chance to strip him yet. Probably not helping. fucking fours. Always a blast. Always fun. There are some really like funny spells in this game. Ones that push you back like super far. Ones that grab flux you, that like fling you against the ceiling. You are unslowed. My slow didn't land before I got blasted away, did it? Okay, that's better. That was a little sketchy. That's not unslowed damage. Unfortunately, I'm rooted, so I can't get the pet behind it again. The pet's eating a load of riposte and shit. Give a bit of slugging. Can we get you out of here a little bit? Can you maybe? Thank you. Very kind. I should really be facing the wall though. So that if I get forced again, that doesn't happen again. Although he is out of mana now, so it's probably fine. I'll go to defensive now. Oh, nice, Sludge. You're almost there, mate. We need Repuma. Speed up the Puma. I think we'll re-slow and dot. Oh, we need to re-incap too. That's going to drop off. Slug ourselves again. Die. Inventive lines. Great job, Varen. Lord of Loathing says, die. I need to repeat me yet. Actually just chilling. I guess we get offense. Not gonna kill us from here, is he? Lord of Loathing didn't even drop anything. Thanks, Lord of Loathing, you prick. We probably don't really need to clear these guards. We could just lull through them. I guess that makes the fight kind of uncomfortable. He does push you around. He has wizard things. considering we are not very strong, I think we probably do this the proper way. In order to give ourselves the best chances, I think we need to go Mage Hunter against this thing against Wizard. I'd be kind of shocked if I could do any. I don't know what his other classes are either. I'll give it a go. Oh, we need to re-frenzy ourselves. We got taken off by the Necromancer back there. If we kill Inaruk, it's all the power of this +9 Smouldering Brand. The carry. My gear quality is crazy. Yeah, kinda. It's a bit hit and miss. Half of our gear is actually really quite good. The other half is just some random dross we picked up while leveling. It's part of the reason I didn't want to go into Plane of Sky. Because, like, I don't know. It's so... The gear in there is so polarizing. Like, it immediately just blasts you into the stratosphere, and it's not actually that hard to do Plane of Sky because you just do it on D0, just collect the shit from in D0. I've seen people in chat, in the chat of the game, just being like, I just skipped Lower Gook and went straight to fucking Plane of Sky. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that's cool, but if all you're in it for is just like just getting as powerful as you can, that is definitely what you want to be doing, you know? You just want to get into Sky as soon as possible, get your shit, get your absolutely broken shit. But I kind of like I like a little bit of struggle, you know? We only get to do this once. There's only one clear of this, really, that actually is meaningful. Mage Hunter's OP. I am... Oh, okay. Good to know, Cyril. Thanks for sharing, mate. Here he is, the big boy. Inaruk, the Prince of Hate. He's a weird looking fellow, isn't he? He is a cleric ranger wizard. So we're definitely going to want to be in Mage Hunter for the start of this at the very least. We're going to need to back up against the wall. We're going to probably put ourselves in a corner because he will blast us all over the place. It might not even help. I don't know if we can really prep anything else here. We can rebuff. We need to rebuff? Not really. Not unless the fight's going to take 42 minutes. I hope the fight doesn't take 42 minutes. Over channel? Do you want to memorize our mana drain, maybe? Maybe. I don't know if we'll have a chance to use it. It's on quite a long cooldown, but we'll give it a go. Right, let's do it. Ready for a slow land. It did land. Oh, we need to get our pet out here. Pet. Pet. Wait. Plugs. He's going to be really blasting the shit out of me. He has a lot of mana. I don't think our mana is going to touch him somehow. Try a little mana drain on him. Fucking grab flux. No, get off my pet, 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 get off my pet. No, 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 no. Fuck. No, no, no. Oh, you hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it. The root grab flux combo, too strong. He is using his mana. I think we probably get an EP out. I'm not sure now is the time to do it though. It's kind of blasting off. We need to reslow. Good land. We're gonna need to lay on hands. Three slugs. So fired myself. A little rough. We don't have any more cheat heals. Slugs. We just need to go really defensive here. Spamming heals on ourselves to try and get through the rest of this mana. Try Thunder Karana. That tapped like nothing from him. Ugh. Closing on our mend. To re-slugs. Oh. Okay, he's Oom. We go defensive. And we're gonna wait out our lay on hands here. Oh fuck, his slow's worn off. Slow's wearing off. Have to reapply that immediately, and then we lay on hands. In cat. We lay on hands. We need to go into recovery after slugs. Humor ourselves. These slugs. No, we're good. Didn't submit alacrity for a second, but we are hasted. He's using what little mana he has on rerouting us, which really isn't that big of a deal. We are quite rooted at this point. We're pretty locked in. Can really, if I leap up, I might be able to get his balls. Yeah. That's the missing piece of the puzzle here. I don't think it's worth me going to inversion. Cast slugs. Costing me a recovery tick. I think we might be able to re-summon the pet, but I'll do it after the next slow cycle. We have our lay on hands now, so I think we're okay. Get over channel. Reapply slow. Okay, let's do it. I'll pet back out. Rehaste it. I'll lay on hands before the next smite trigger. Slugs. Slugs on pert. We can actually move. Holy shit. A treat. I can really hear his whispering, his dark whispering here. He's actually pretty creepy. He's a weird looking dude. His balls are. So it's cool. Yeah, this random little lizard comes in, kills your elite guard. It's like, wow, you're a weird looking guy. And he's like, I'm a fucking god, mate. I'm a god. Right, we need to re-slow. And in cap. Re-slugs ourselves. Slugs the pet for good measure. Hey, Bean! It's not very nice because I'm a creepy while looking at their balls. I think generally you just don't like call people creepy. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's not a nice thing to do. There it is. What we got here? Brewer's Mesh Cloak. This is rather good. Rather good. Can't use that right now though, because that's where our haste item is. Bloodstar Pendant is very, very good. But it's hard, kind of hard for us to use it. I guess we can slip our thingy into the any slot. This is the really good ring. Yeah, this is the engineer's ring. This is excellent. This is like really, really good. Eye of Inaruk. We cannot choose this. This is for thingy. Thingy. This is for the Wizard Epic, I think, or something. We got two of these bad boys. I don't think we can really do anything with any of these. I guess we'll take one of them. I don't know. We can't clip it. We can't click it because we can't equip it. Yeah, the engineer's ring is amazingly good. I guess we'll take one of those. So this ring, our rings are so bad. Our rings are such a joke. 9 strength versus 7 AC. I guess we keep the strength and the mana. I don't know. I don't know though. Pretty close. We're already at our AC soft cap, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. Probably don't need that anymore. This This is a really good item. Oh wait, these are 2 different items. This is a Cloak of Scales. This is the better version, I think. Cloak of Scales is better than this. Yeah, Cloak of Scales is like pretty much strictly better than this. But we can't use either right now because we are stuck on Cloak of Flames until we get a Planar Sky Belt. So we save these for now, I think. We can use them on a pet. We can use them on our extra slot, to be honest. Our extra slot's pretty shit. The HP regen doesn't really matter anymore. I guess we just whack them in here. I don't know if that's really better than this. Now this is awkward because we have this and we always want to use this. I'd rather have this in my any slot, I think, than either of these because it's got saves on it. Saves are probably going to be doing it for me. This neck is so OP, yeah, the talisman. This is like a forever neck. I don't know. I have no idea. That was it, right? I think that's all I should. This is the big one. This is so good. It's 29 AC on a ring is absolutely bonkers. Little bump for us. That was I'm really surprised we could do that. 29 AC on a ring, considering my chest plate has 25. That's quite a big deal. Between that and the imbued granite. Carried. Yeah, I'm surprised we could do that. That was D4. I don't actually know where we zone out. I have no idea where the thingy is. Where's the slime? You haven't been able to find it either. Shit. Like it would be on our radar thing, wouldn't it? Can't do anything with this, can you? This is marked on the map for some reason. I don't have any idea what that's for. I guess we'll have a little hunt around. I don't think there's any trash in this place, right? I assume they must have put one in here. Yeah, it's okay, so it's weird. It's really odd to see like Plane of Hate empty. Be able to walk around here freely. I remember doing raids up here where you were scared to move. You were scared to move an inch. Like going anywhere near any of these buildings was like a raid wiping event. You'd like hole up in one of these buildings down here or something near where whichever side the entrance is on. We didn't have maps back then, so we are back in my day. Yeah, I have no idea where the thingy is. I guess let's just get out of here. I guess we'll go over to Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear. Or I could go do Vox. Yeah, maybe I'll go do that. I really don't want to do Vox, which is probably more reason to actually go and do it. Any baddies? Yeah, dark elf girls. Plenty of dark elf girls. Inaruk is the god of hate, and the dark elves love to hate. Oh, I can't gate from here. Oh, is it because I moved? I think it's because I moved. That's the message you get when you move too much. I'm gonna do it on D0 first. I don't actually have any. I don't care about Vox. I just want to get a Tobran's Mystical Eye patch. That's it. I bet she'll refuse to drop me one too. I hate doing Vox because I hate the section before Vox with all the pit traps and everything. I just hate it. I've always have hated it. I really, really dislike it. I'd rather do Nagi and have to storm through the fire giants. Oh, I don't need to do that, do I? I need to find the slime. It's up here? No, it's up there. Oh. Right, let's just do a little chill D0. Chill D0 dragon. Which is definitely going to drop Tobrans immediately for me. They didn't really streamline it that much. You have to still go through the stupid ice giants. Past the stupid pit traps. God help you if you fall into one of these pit traps, man. I'm not even sure I can remember how to get up. Wait. Shouldn't we be in front of the doors? I don't think it's meant to bounce us to the zone, did it? Did it, like, treat us as if we'd opened an instance? Weird. Well, let me go back through and we'll try again. There. No, guess not. Can I open the gate, please? Thank you. Is it up here? I don't think it is it? Ah! No, Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Okay, now I have to figure out how to get out of this hole. God damn it! Oh. Absolutely unbelievable. Here? No. Ah. Up here? Up here. I can't believe that, man. That's criminal. Up here. Oh god, no, not that way. Yeah, I genuinely don't know how to get out of this hole. Don't know if I'm able to feign here either. Probably not. I've probably got like 6 million things trying to cast on me. Maybe we'll just go again. This is definitely not the right way. We might be able to find some kind of piece in here that we can feign death. I don't like that those mobs are still coming here. Hi guys. Hey Mr. Polar Bear. Nice to see you. Fucking Vox. We had so many mobs on us. Fortunately, my pet didn't make it. I can't believe that, man. We were right before the turning. It just got blasted. Oh, boy. Straight into the pit as well. Hell is this? Oh, Prickly Pear. This is for the Shadow Knight life leech spell. I guess we'll store it. Don't know if there's even any purpose of doing that spell here. Oh, well, that's rather a large aggro range, isn't it? Rather a cheeky little bit of aggro range. So, well, you, I don't think we can go up there. Wait, we are inside the right place, right? I genuinely don't know where we're going. Wait, isn't this Vox's room? Is this not Vox's room? Did we just not have Vox here because we're not in the right instance? Yeah, this is a room, right? Yeah. Like, I think when I went to the thing, then why couldn't I see the... Man, that's so weird. Oh, God. Right, okay, let me just let me die. Take me out. Take me out of here. End my suffering. I think I need to leave this instance. I don't know what's wrong with it, but something's really fucked up here. Because like the slime wasn't up for us to talk to, but Vox also isn't here. So I think it might be a bit fucked. Oh, we need to leave instance, don't we? She won't. No, she won't. But I talked to the Voidling. I took the Voidling there. So I don't know. And there was no Voidling in the zone when I went back in. It was just really... The whole thing was really weird. Try again. Right, we have a Voidling here. Yeah, okay, we have no lockout here, so I don't know what happened. I have no idea. Normal. Create raid. Really odd. This time it's gonna all be okay. Ah, that's better. We're in the right place this time. It would be nice, yeah. I don't know if they ever will, though. You need to go on hold. Should we put these on here? It'd be better than that, isn't it? Probably can't wear 2 cloaks. Probably. Actually, I don't even know if that will be better. This is a lot of dex. Dex is like the most important stat for it. This can go. Okay. Right. Let's do it. I think this is probably quicker than pacifying through. Maybe not. The pacifies are quite awkward in here. Don't appreciate that, thank you. Jog on, Mr. Icy Terror. Got another prickly pear. Hopping off with prickly pears. Right. Over channel. Strip Vox as well. Oh, I should. I mean, that's stupid, isn't it? Stripping stripping after I incap. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. Quite silly. These are both clerics. And she should be really, really easy, I think. We'll probably be fine in offense. She's almost burnt herself out of mana. Doesn't really do anything. There's some AoEs and stuff. Big spooky dragon. Nagafen seems to have much more damage output than she does. I don't know if she does like a tail slap. Can't remember if that was a thing in EverQuest. I'll try and keep my pet away from the back of it. Some dots on her as well. Show me the money, Mox. I don't want to. I don't want to have to do this too many times. Show me the money. Show me the money. Oh, she did. She did show me the money. Thanks, Fox. We don't need those. We don't really need this, to be honest, either. Well, I guess the only downside is we have to like train back out. Oh, we can just leave the instance, can't we? Oh, never mind. I'll try doing it on D4 and just, you know, just for fun. And then I'll never look at Vox ever again. Ready you from obtaining this task? You possess potentially from obtaining this task. You already possess 3 void touch potential, preventing you from... But we already had 3 this week, so we can't get more anyway, right? Can you get 3 void touch potential a week? At least in my mind. Yeah, 3 tokens per week. Okay, we'll try 4. Yeah, you can't save them up. I know that. It's just I've already got 3 this week. Yeah, you can't just like sit on a load of them forever. You have to actually use them. It's a good change, because otherwise people would just hoard a million of them. Not that it really matters, I guess. Right, this is D4. I guess we should take this kind of slowly and not fuck around too much. We'll just clear it normally. I'm only going to do this once, so we'll do it properly. Maybe she'll drop me a Topran's Mystical Eye Patch +4, and it will save me some motes. These aren't even particularly strong mobs, really, are they? Like, considering we're down in the hole, like the regular mobs in the hole are harder than these giants. Yeah, permafrost. Apparently, eventually they want to redo permafrost. They want to make permafrost like a new high-level zone, like high-level farming area. Darn cleric spider. Surely my pet kills that. Absolutely unreal. That's pathetic. You're fired. I guess we'll keep these. Welcome back, son. Hey, Zigzags. How's it going? Oh! Yeah. That's on me, to be honest. I was trying to position it so that didn't happen. I was too slow. Oh. Please. Please, sir. Got cookie dough ice cream and finished my Odious summon for half an hour. Great. Really grinding out those Odiouses. Nice. The grocery store got this new hot ramen flavor. Delicious. Hi, tentacle terrors. I love getting thrown around. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hi. Yeah, hi. Okay. Hi. Fuck's sake. So the priest is a cleric mage, which is I really don't like to see. Not a big fan of that. Do you mind, Icy Derek? Don't come over here and give me a kiss. As unsolicited. Getting up here is obviously not going to be great for us. I'll wait for these things to reset regardless, but... We're a little low. We can lay on hands ourselves. This Icy Terror, man. What a troll. Get out of here. What's the plan here? We get up. Just wait for our regen, maybe. Maybe we just wait for our regen. Because otherwise we're going to have to feign this off and then do this all again. It's 5% a tick, it's fine. Well, four and a bit. We need to re-haste and re-Pumo when we do get up. Of course, the priority is going to be trying to take this guy out. She's a cleric rogue necromancer. That's not ultra scary. It's because I'm mage, so we probably want to be in Mage Hunter. Alright, let's do it. Paper channel. Slow on him. My targeting was way off there. Okay, slowed both. Slugs. If I can get the pet on the other side, so that it's not getting riposted. Stunned. 3 slugs. Okay, if we're gonna get any kind of traction here, we have to use lay on hands, I think. I need to go to recovery. I need to reapply Puma. The haste, and then I'll lay on hands after this. There we go, now we're actually dealing damage. Slug this off again. Slowly starting to drop on this. I don't really want to waste the time and effort to reapply it on this. But I do need to re-slow Vox. Is it crazy? Crazy, Cyril. Okay, over channel. Re-slow. We can go defensive now. No more nuking. Pet out of the front. Back in recovery. I think we're fine. Just gotta punch it out with her now. Slugs for me and Pet. We have lay on hands back, so we should probably use that. Save mana. Repuma. A Frost Breath doesn't hit that hard, especially with us in defensive. I guess it doesn't affect the defense, the Frost Breath damage. To make sure our resources stay good. Our smite is eating away at our mana. We need to reapply slow. And we need to re-incap as well. I think we really need to use our lay on hands here. Just for the numbers game. I think we can go offense. We're kind of tracking her. We have so far. We have mend. Have lay on hands coming back up. Don't know if we need to slow again. Probably not. Maybe. Yeah, we probably will. And let's get back to defensive. Over channel. Slow again. Can't stay in over channel for too long because our mana is very low. Our lay on hands is back up, so we'll use that. Oh, nice. Saves us mates. Little Rooney beat. Rooney B. I don't know if we'd use that with a Browse Girdle. Maybe. It has Dex on it. Less AC though. Probably not. Put that on a pet. It's not better than Flame Black Silk Sash, isn't it? I don't think there's any use for seeing Viz in the game at the moment other than seeing invisible people running around, but who knows in the future? You never know. You never know. I guess we're going to do the same for Nagafen. Just with a sense of completeness. I am not planning to go back to these dragons ever again. Yeah, D4 World Tour. I didn't really expect to be able to slam through them. I mean, like, we're not exactly killing them fast, but they are dying. And then we'll try Plane of Fear, but Plane of, like, Kha'Zix feels pretty rough from what I've seen. This was kind of the way I wanted to do things, but I wasn't expecting to be able to do it this week. Like, I wanted to be able to do all this stuff before we went to Plane of Sky. Because Plane of Sky was always, like, the end. It was, like, the end games shit. We're in here, isn't it? Fuck. Oh yeah, I know. It's at the on the right side up here. I think that's what I did before. I think I created it in that window afterwards. That's why I fucked it up. Nothing about EverQuest except sometimes there are random particle explosions. How the EverQuest going? We are we just did 2 on the highest difficulty, or 3 on the highest difficulty. We're just going for Nagafen now. He's a big spooky red dragon. So we're doing really well. We're not in like particularly stellar gear or anything like that. Right, we'll do this properly again. I won't mess around with feigning through or pacifying or anything like that. I should just go wild for my pet like that. What the hell? That is on... Yeah, my pet was on Greater Hold. Weird. Maybe it casts something on it. Fire giants are a lot harder than the ice giants, or a lot tougher than the ice giants. I guess that makes sense because, like, I remember farming. I remember farming. I don't know why I've gone back this way. I remember farming ice giants for platinum back in the day. The fire giants were quite a bit tougher. Oh, I need to be in offense. I think we need to be in defense against rando fire giant number 06. 7. What are you up to today, Boone? Did you finish Heavensward yet? Come on, Dungeons, nice. I think you had no problems with Needhog. Wait, am I going backwards? Yeah, I'm going backwards. I'm an idiot. It's very nostalgic, like, breaching this fortress. Oh, the other one had it anyway. Didn't pull it far enough back. It slugs itself. Fucking hell. Oh, it's a mage. Oh, what a shocker. Mages, man. Just so much damage out of nowhere. I think we really need to mess with King Tranix. pet out of here. This guy needs to learn to take care of his pet. Unlike me, who never lets anything bad happen to their pet. Hi, King Tranix. We probably need to soul fire. That could be, yeah, that could be better for us. That could be better for us. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Okay, we need to walk through further there. Fuck. That's the way back down, isn't it? That's what. Yeah. Right. Whoops, that's not the right spell. I'm really shocked that it aggroed from that far. That was crazy. I think we could have lived there if I'd shifted stance. I forgot. Should have gone into Mage Hunter. Red is health bar. Red is health bar, yeah. Do we need to pull this farther? I don't know, man. I guess so. We just pull this down here. Okay. Oh god. Okay, no, that's not it. Let's have a little snooze. That's really annoying. I guess I should just clear through here normally. Oh. Hi. Yeah, let's try again. Let's just clear Tranix and everything. I don't know the area well enough and the amount of distance that I'm safe. Fortunately, we don't have our quick buff now. He thinks the old-fashioned way. Maybe instrument of knife is going to be doing us much good here, but that's fine. Another pet. Okay, good stuff. Right, let's just clear the room. Let's just clear the room normally. I'm only doing Nagafen once, so... Daily Praetorium. Bean. Daily Praetorium! I know how you love Praetorium. Oh, shit. Longer to hold. You motherfucker, get back here. Get back here right now. Jesus Christ. Do not make me buff you again. I will lay on hands the pet. I've done it before, I'll do it again. Don't test me. I just hear so often, Boone, how much you love Praetorium, so I figured you were going to do it again. Because I know I sure love Praetorium when I played the game. Low King Tranix. Kill the pet. It's only a Shadow Knight pet. But no HP. Look at this sexy boy. POV after the club. Get the pert. Get the pert. He was after my pet as well. My pet's made of sterner stuff. I have a feeling we're about to get fire gianted. I know. Okay. I think we can just walk through these probably. Is this the last chamber? Yeah, this is the last chamber. We'll pacify war off. We'll kill this. We'll kill Rokill. Just be easier. I guess we take this. Can't actually use it, but I guess we take this. Right. There are ads to mess around with here. We need overchannel. We need not defensive. We need mage hunter. There is warrior, cleric, necro. It's slowed. He is incapped. We have to keep slugs on ourselves and on pet probably for the whole of this because it does quite vicious AoE damage. He's already out of mana, so I think we just go defensive. Absolutely blasted his mana pool. Bugs. Bugs. Should have been in recovery whips. Ah, he's a pushover. Three slugs. And we'll re-Puma. He actually needs to for a second. Pretty slow. I think we can dot, to be honest. Really not doing much. Another slug's up. Bet. Recovery. Oh, we actually have enough for mental clarity. Let's slip that in mid-fight. I need 5 AAs and we can get cannibalization. Will let us convert some of our health to mana, which help us out a lot on a 3-minute cooldown. Huge, it's like 2k health for 1k mana. We can generate health a lot more easily than mana, so... Slow on hands here. Do it now before the next smite. Don't think we're in any kind of push. Ooh, pet. Getting a little bit of bother over that. I'll reapply dots. And I'll try and sort the pet. And in cap as well. Should be alright now, it's just it's healing it back from slugs. Got a red dragon skill, it's got a blade stopper. I decided I don't really actually need a tool. Gold plated Koshikatana is dismissed summoned. I guess we can take that and put it in the box for to never get used. This makes a +5 click of flames for what it's worth, or we could put it on the pet. I think we merge this for now. Big 1% extra haste. I'll take the blade stopper. Actually, I don't think we even need it. I don't know. I don't think blade stopper's really doing that much for us. The rune is like 300 points. It's really like nothing. You can't. I would have to give up one of my I'd have to give up my secondary slot, which is Golem Metal Wand, which is pillaging, which is just not viable. I think we're ever going to use this. I'll take the red dragon scales. Keep them. I'm sure we'll use them at some point. One day. We might not be able to store that right now. Go. Don't need this. As well. That's this the bank. Guess we'll put this in here. I don't really think we're ever gonna use that. I have to clear that out at some point. Yeah, cool. And that's Nagi. That's Nagafen. That's the hell out of here. I guess we're going to try and do Plane of Fear next. Yeah, I guess. We need to go to... Fira. I don't know how it took me so long to find Fira. Oh boy. Oh boy. We need to be... here? No, that's not good. Oh, there, down there. Plane of Fear is probably the hardest of all of them. I'm shocked we've done... I'm shocked we did Inaruk on D4. I'll be surprised if we can do... I'll be really surprised if we can do Kazakh. Hello, Chili. What can I do for you? Come on. Come on. We're going to Kazakh Fuel. We're going to Fear. Plane of Fear. Can you believe it, Chili? I know. 2026. Yeah, there we go. Spooky specters. The Master Ring always drop white. Yes, it does. I think it's this way. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep. About that. Crate raid. You can upgrade it to +10 with mats in the store. So you can get it to +10. Eventually. This is interesting. Okay. Right, okay. We're actually in the Ring of Flames here. And I guess all of the bosses are in here with us. The jeweler sells the match, yeah, in the exchange, I think. The warrior, shadow knight, necromancer. So I really want to get mage hunter. Rehaste. Ooh, still resist our insta, so right. Oh god. I did not see those mobs. Okay, we're ultra fucked. I guess we can lay on hands. Try and give it a go, but really, really fucked. I can't even get the camera on it. Oh, wow. I cannot even land a slow on him. Might be immune to magic, maybe. Oh, we're dead. Okay. Don't remember the golems being immune to magic, but they might be. I don't know where the ads came from. They're just chilling out there. Guess I need to have a roam around first. Oh well, you will later. Right, so what's the deal out here? Are there just loads of mobs out here? Well, we're about to guess we're about to fight them, so. Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. That's so bad. Rough. Damn. That sucks, man. Okay. So he aggroes onto them. I'm not sure how this is best approached then. Do we lull this? Can we even lull this? I don't know. On a rampage. Yeah, this is just a test. Okay, cannot do that. So how do we get Terra solo? Is it just Terra that has that issue? Do you have any other mobs around here? Oh fuck. Ah, fuck a duck. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of so there are mobs tied to each spawn. Okay. I'm not sure how we best approach that. Oh, fuck. Fuck me. Getting corpse camped by the big man here. Meanie fright. Oh, come on. Come on, guys. I'll give him a second. That's correct, Mythic Foot. You're right on the money, my friend. So how are we going to do this? Can we actually kill one of these with the ads? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to try it. We could try and split them, but it's very, very difficult. It's so awkward that they pull the side set. I guess maybe we can pacify those guys out. Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do, isn't it? We go out and pacify them and then kill Terra. But they have a long aggro range as well. Then I'm not sure if Terra was like magic immune. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing this yet. I don't have buffs on the pet. Jumping the gun. Failed your party in Final Fantasy 14 and my PC died in the middle of the run. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I'm sure it'll be alright. Okay. Need to Bramblecoat and Shrink as well. Actually, we don't really need Shrink here. Unite. Nope. Nope. Just drowning in that firewall happens. Ah, I can't because of the liquid. Fucking liquid. As if. So there were 2 mobs around here, right? There was a cube as well. Where the hell is that? Where's the cube? Okay, the cube is nowhere to be seen. Oh, you didn't instantly root me. You. Yeah, it really doesn't want to eat insects. It doesn't want to eat incapacitates, so I'm guessing it's magic immune. Just gonna make this extremely hard. Gonna have to lay on hands. I'm really worried about the ads, but I can't do anything about it. Good night, Cyril. Take care of yourself, my man. I just can't do anything about the ads. If they come in, they come in. Oh, we can move. We can move. Oh, for like a split second. Almost out of mana. All dot spells on one button in a macro. I don't believe so, Rofino. You can get defensive now. Yeah, Melody is something special. Kill this stupid pet, really. slug. Surprised we can handle this. This is horrible without slow. Cool. We should now be able to clear the trash that's out here too. I guess we probably should. I don't know what happened to the cube. But that's on some kind of wander somewhere. Thanks, Dragon Yoshi. Appreciate you, man. No, you you're still good. I'm still here for another what, like 3 hours. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much for watching for so long. I appreciate you, man. I really do. What are you up to today? Bright is down here. What's my highest malaise? Malosi. What's the resist adjustment on this? That's not really that helpful. We don't have an unresistible one, do we? No. -10 is not gonna do it. I couldn't sleep so far. I'm whizzed from 3 AM to 9 AM with some of the relic weapons. Nice, great job. Apart from, you know, not sleeping. Oh fuck! I really didn't mean to do that. Slight error. And you weren't on greater hold. Fuck. Shit the bed. Once again, we need to lull these. Oh. That won't come, will it? No. We have to lull these. Let's get that pet back out. The streak is back. Nice. Yeah, fighter. I mean, fighter's just ridiculous. It's kind of just because two-handed weapons are so powerful, really. If anything, it's two-handed weapons. They're just so good with no gear, with barely any gear. Any buffs? And we need to go into Greater Hold. Oh, it's already on. Okay. We need to wait for our mana to come back. Since we have to lull here. I guess we can kind of do this now. There's another one, right? Okay. Oh, there's the cube as well back there. This might be doable. We can kill the thing first. Ah, Fright's slowable, okay. Chili, my love. Not right now, my sweetie. Thank you. Yeah, actually, we're fine. So Fright is slowable. It's just, which one was it? Terror. Terror that doesn't seem to be slowable. Advanced classes are really strong. It's just like at earlier gear progression, fighter is just really king, and just over time as you get stronger and stronger and stronger, it becomes all about the advanced classes. But like, I don't know, you have to be quite deep in everything. I just realized that I'm a mage hunter against a warrior monk berserker. That is not too smart. Kind of waiting for the Prish nerf. Yeah, they're not gonna nerf Prish. Why would they nerf Prish? They never nerf anything. We're not even having to go over channel to slow here. What? No. No, not on that. No, don't lick my arm, thank you. Oh, nice. Those are absolutely fantastic. A massive upgrade from what we're using. Massive. Yeah, passive gives loads of surety or whatever. It's whatever, man. It doesn't really matter that much. She's not going to get nerfed. There's our cube. Our errant's cube. We were lucky for you. Everyone 6 to 12 to 18 is so weird. It's so far outside the scaling of other passes in the game. It seems like a bug. It just doesn't matter really. Like they just don't change stuff like that when it is what it is. It just is what it is. Kind of the way things just have to go in gachas quite often. Even if it was a mistake, they can't really change it. Like, for instance, I'm like 90% sure that Shio living 100% of the time when she Lingering Blossoms is not intended. Oh, we don't need to lull this, we already killed. Good job, us. That's very annoying, Mr. Phantasm. Constantly shadow stepping me into the fire. It's extremely annoying. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Don't you hate it when you wake up and you're better? APC UPS. I do not know what that is. But I'm sorry to hear that, Noche. this okay? Are we okay here? Yeah, looks like it. Just 2 mobs. Power supply unit, okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that. We should be in offense. That's Dracolish. Okay, we need to go out of the flame. Are there any nasties around here? It's like a Sam Hay. Fuck's sake. Oh god, okay. That's not it. There's a revenant hiding. Fuck's sake. This place is absolute hell. Even on this. Absolute hell. We're getting there. I'll try that, Narcos. Can't die for 10 minutes. Don't want to have to manually buff. Right. Pay kind of close attention to our map. Ugh, how? How are you aggroing me from that? I'm not sure if that's the dragon that is aggroing me from there, or whether it's a mob. Might be the dragon, maybe. Need to wait for the Lich's pet to drop off. Safe here? Looks like it. I can't tell if that's the Phantasm or the Drake. I think it's the Drake. That's just an unreal aggro range. I think if we can find a lull on that Phantasm and then we walk in and hit the Lich, it should be fine. Waiting for the pet to drop, there we go. Tough getting close enough to this thing though. Without aggroing the Lich. Oh no, okay, it's that. It has a higher aggro range than my lull. That is a little tricky. I don't know why its aggro range is so high. It's only level 48. That Worry Wraith is probably attached to the remaining Golem. Oh. Why you gotta be like that? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 no. Fuck. That is an incredibly rough pull. We did manage to get the pacifier on the Samhain there, but unfortunately it resisted. I'm not really sure how best to approach this, but I think we... Oh man, I don't know. We can get a lull on the Samhain. And maybe that's good enough. We can maybe take the... Oh, the Wraith is so hard though. It shadow steps you over and over and over. Oh god. Why is your aggro range so huge, Mr. Phantasm? Maybe I just need to split them. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just need to, like, monk split them. I don't think we can lull this one. Just waiting for the aggro to drop here. Killing a bit of time because our quick buff isn't back up yet. Almost though. I think we try to lull this and then and then I don't know. Redo our buffs. Let's get recovery. Eat ourselves a little bit. Maybe that'll help. Okay. We get over channel. We are trying to lull this Samhain. No. Okay, we've got that. Is there any chance we can lull this? No. No, not a chance. What we can do, I think, is pull this back. Pull this way back. Please don't shadow step me. Thank you. Right, so we are trying to kill this. We are going Mage Hunter. The reason why we have pulled so far back is because, yeah, these shadow steps are so bad. The Dracolish is on our pet. I can't do anything about it, so unfortunately our pet is dead. We have to lay on hands. Oh my god. Okay. Try to slow the Dracolish. Oh, the Wraith is so annoying. Oh man, the Revenant is so annoying. Okay, I guess we gotta try a monk split it. God, dear God. The Revenant not only shadow steps us constantly, but which is really discombobulating, but it interrupts our casts over and over. Oh no. No. I can't believe how long range its aggro range is. It's literally longer than Lull. I think. We will crack this. Have you been caught up in some misinformation, Dragiashi? Have you been hit by, you've been struck by some smooth misinformation? I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go AFK for a second while I'm waiting for quick buff that I want to manually buff. I'll be back in a second. Miss everyone on both sides. Yeah, it's because people don't actually test anything. They don't look at things. I haven't even played with Prish. I know exactly how strong Prish is. Like, she's really strong in the right situation. She's just kind of alright otherwise. Like, you gotta beef her up, you gotta push her up, and then she does all the shitload of damage. It's really just like kind of that simple. Like, she's restrictive, but she's a payoff character. A payoff character. You can get disrupted on her burst as well. Like, who cares? It's just damage. Like, play it if you want to. I need to get upset about it. I reckon a minute.
Hello, folks. Capital, do you know the scaling on Azuran Fist? Hi, Libra. Right. Okay. Take 17 on this. Buff. There's no point in doing Emas. Because this is gonna be something. So we can get a lull on the Samhain. That stops its pulling. So we don't have to worry about trying to split that. Try to get that first. Our margins are very small here. Excellent. Okay, no resist. Right now we are trying to split up the Phantasm. Okay. So fast. Do not teleport me. Do not teleport me. Need as much distance as we can get here. Oh. Fuck. Why did my pet attack? Oh well. It is what it is. Well, we got the Dracolich by itself. We are fucked though. No, we didn't. Never mind. Nope, we definitely didn't. I get sight on something here. Where's it even running in from? We have the Phantasm and the Samhain right now. Just at the Phantasm. Where is the Phantasm? Ah, okay, they're gone. Okay, we try again. I'm just gonna try and do it without my pet, I think. It's too much of a pain in the ass. That is pacified.
You are so fast, sir. You are so fast. Oh fuck, that was a bad place to phone. I can't see. We've got the Dracolicious pet. If we don't hit the Dracolicious pet, we can kill this thing. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, success. Don't think the Dracolish is actually coming. Oh, it stopped to resummon another pet. Okay, never mind. It might be. I don't want to be jump scared by a skeleton dragon. Okay, it's gone. Right. We did it. Kinda. So with that thing dead, we can get a lull on the Samhain. And then we can pull. We can pull the Dracolish. Slam home. Just to wait for a quick buff. "25 seconds. And then hopefully this should be easy. The aggro ranges are ridiculous here. I've just had to like monk split Spectre, a Revenant, because its aggro range was more than my lull and it was pulling like half the zone. It was very, very awkward. D4 is funny. The Samhain we can get. It does have a pet as well. Okay, Dracolish, thank you. Come along. I will show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Okay, slow landed. Only partially successful. Not entirely slowable. Slugs. Yeah, probably gonna have to lay on hands. Just need to weather through this mana bar. Probably kill the pet, to be honest. Why are you aggroed my pet? Get out of here. To get my pet away from the front of it. This is Enchanter, so we will be spending the majority of this fight slowed. Oh god, I'll just sulfire myself. Go defensive. Mana's gone. Need to reslow. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Starleap HH after global? What's HH? Sorry. Starleap sounds like it's. It looks kind of okay from what little I've seen of it. Oh, if it comes to global, I'll play Starleap. Yeah, for sure. I'll give it a go. I don't have a lot of faith in Konami or a Japanese IP, Japanese region only game or an IP game, but like, yeah, I'll give it a go. I've been waiting for Suikoden Starleap for a very long time. Slugs back up. Then we'll have to re-slow, I think. We feel pretty secure now, so I think we can probably hit it with the whole package. Re-slow, dot it up, re-incap. Okay, Envenom Bolt is not it. Turns out you can't poison the skeleton very easily. Slugs ourselves again. You always got to try to poison the skeleton. You never do. You never know for sure. Yeah, probably, Dervis. I wouldn't be surprised. I watched a little bit of the gameplay. I saw some of the. I found a video earlier of the gacha rates and stuff, but I haven't looked through it yet. I assume it's probably bad. If I had to guess. But the gameplay and stuff looks cool. I would play that game no pull anyway, for sure. I don't think we need to re-slow. I think you just punch it out. Even go offense. This was actually the hardest boss in the game so far. Not because of the actual boss, but because of how ridiculously hard it was to pull. No. So this is kind of useful, sort of. It's not really. Really want a bone inlaid girdle from Dracolich. That's where the money's at. Would we use this shit? Wait, hold on. Would we use? Oh no, this is two-handed. I don't think we can make anything out of this, can we? Nah, no way. It's such a low-level malaisement. I don't think it does anything. Is this like... I don't think we use this for anything. This isn't for like Shaman Epic or something weird, is it? I think so. It would say quest item on it if it were. Nah. Nah. This is now single. Trying to take the Samhain at last. God, that Revenant was so annoying. Why did it have such a ridiculous aggro range? It was blue as well. Why did it have so much a longer aggro range than everything else? What a nightmare. Ow! It's been a long time since I heard the jack-o'-lantern sounds. Ow! Ow! Sounds like chili. Ow! 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 Ow. Ow. Right, I'm guessing that is linked to whoever's left. Fright, is it? Swim through the flames as one does. One does. Dread. Yeah, I'm guessing that is tied to the Will-O-Wisp out there. So can we lull the worry wraith? We can. What a treat. Over channel, what is this? Warrior Wiz Mage. Okay. Slow lands. That was mostly successful. There are no 2 times attack bows in Wizardry, no. Oh, we have a Boogeyman as well. Shit. Okay. We have to try to kill that. Let's ourselves. Let's pet. Have light on hands ready. Boogeyman is actually going down a tree. Too bad at all. Over channel, we need to encap this. Okay, lay on hands. It's almost burnt itself out of mana. Soulfire is still on cooldown, so we can't use that right now. Slug, Self, and Pet. I'd love to reposition so my pet's not hitting its front, but I can't right now. I'm very, very rooted. This is so many times over. I think we can go defensive now. We need to rehaste as well soon. We're gonna need to toss ourselves some little heals to keep ourselves up here. We need to re-slow it desperately. Okay, we got it. Slugs. And prepare. Oh, we can move. We can move. We can move. Freedom! Get done, Dread. Idiot. And that means we should be able to just take the Wisp outside as well, the Worry Wraith. Kill the pet. It's Enchanter Wand, isn't it? Yeah. And let me see if there are any other mobs on the outside here. There are no more mini bosses. These are all the mini bosses. There's a Fetid Fiend. Hello there, Fetid Fiend. This is a mage. This is a disgusting mage. Why are you cooked? Oh, you can't sleep. That is no good, sir. Dear God, man. Why are mages so broken? Terrifying. This is 3 classes. We need to be kind of careful here. We're in a bit of trouble. A sticky situation. It's not a legal target. You can't hit that pet. Why? That's so weird. You hit his pet then? You do something. You make some use of yourself. That was a barber. Weird, man. Okay. Maybe you switch the phone and hope you pass out. That could work. Okay, seems like we cleared it out. The big boy is up here. There he is. He's a Shadow Knight Monk Wizard. He is gonna fuck my shit up. He is gonna push my poo in. Level 60 ass motherfucker. He's got his sword as well, which means he'll proc siphons on me. Chili. You've been a terror. Right. Okay. Rebuff that. Need to haste first. So over channel, Mage Hunter. So does land. Oh, yep. I'm not gonna have my pet attack for a second. That big opening here was just the harm touch. Okay, that's fine. I'm really not too fond of having the pet attack until I can get it against the wall. Ow. Gonna have to lay on hands. Stupid, man. That is so far. Slugs. Slugs. Ugh. If he summons me back after each, it's not actually that bad. To get that little bit of last bit of mana, it'll be easier. Oh, fuck. We have to go defensive. Okay. Need to re-slow. Need it to land. Oh no, no, that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. It's gonna kill my pet. Oh. Fuck a duck, man. No. No. Oh, that was so unlucky. Okay, we got away with it. Got interrupted so many times on our slow. Right, we have to be recovering now. We are just gonna run out of mana. We need to re-incap as well. Oh. Men's almost off. To re-slugs. We gotta re-slow. All your denizens are dead. We made sure all your denizens are dead. You big prick. Three slugs. Kima. Slugs. So he's got about 50 seconds left on it. I have to reply at least once more. We'll have to reapply in cap with it too. Actually strip his shadow vortex if we want to. Might as well. I'm about to re-slow and re-cap. Slugs. He's just in a tree. We found his weakness. He wasn't prepared for this tree. Slugs again. Just lay it on hands before the next smite. They need to be risky. Trying to run some extreme soon to clear out quest log. I am not subbed to Final Fantasy at the moment. Sorry, Boone. Thank you though. I had a really hard time when I was playing it. I don't know. I don't think I enjoy it anymore. As much as it was fun to play with people. I kind of did everything I wanted to do in that game. I really could appreciate you offering though, Boone. Thank you. He's dead. We got some really useless shit. We got Lys's Dark with Piccolo. Okay, straight in the old storage. This is Soul Leech, right? Yeah, Soul Leech. That is not at all useful to us whatsoever. This is not useful to us whatsoever. And this is, I mean, this is bank. Put in our bank. That was pretty rough. I mean, I guess we'll keep this. That is an important part of the SK Epic. Oh, I can't put that in there. Yeah, so completely uselessly. Absolutely uselessly. But we did kill Kha'Zix Thul. I don't know if Kha'Zix Thul even drops anything useful. Yeah, well, look. Not the zone. Plane of Fear. Kha'Zix Thul, God. I feel like he doesn't actually drop anything useful whatsoever. Oh, he does. He drops Shield of Rainbow Hues. That is actually quite sweet. Shield of Rainbow Hues would be an awesome, like, any slot. But I think all of the... Yeah. So, like, Kha'Zix Thul is worth getting for Shield of Rainbow Hues, probably. Pauldrons, nah, he doesn't drop those, Lars. Those post-revamp Kha'Zix Thul loot. He doesn't drop any of that stuff. Any of the, like, he doesn't drop Brain, he doesn't drop Eye, he doesn't drop Violet Obsidian Choker, Pauldrons of Ferocity, the Cleric Halo thing. He doesn't drop any of those. Those are all, like, post-revamp Kha'Zix Thul. Yeah, Shield of Rainbow Hues would be pretty sweet. Wow. We've done a pretty alright job here today. We killed everything. We just killed everything. Yeah, I could run it again on D3. It's Kha'Zix Thul's little room. You'd think for a god he'd have a prettier little abode, wouldn't he? What does he do up here all the time? How do gods occupy themselves, huh? Yeah, you can do it again each day, but it's you only get one piece of loot, right? It's just for people who really wanna slam it, wanna zigga zigga. If you wanna be my lover, etc. 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 Oh, well now, I guess we're gonna play the air. I don't know what else to do. I didn't really expect to be able to kill this today. With our golden earring. No, I guess we're gonna play Sky. I don't know what else to do. I'm a bit like confused as to what to do now. I guess the game is just pretty easy. And that. Guess we'll store these for now. Do I have enough moats to raise up? Maybe. Do we have enough to raise this up? Oh, these are not even the right here. There's no way that that is going to cap these. No, not even close. It's like halfway. So wait, how much are these? So 21. Yeah, that's really, really far off. Okay. Plane of air it is then, not plane of air. Wait, it's no plane of sky. The other one, the other plane of windiness. This one has a port in that's like in Freeport. I think we can use levitate to get over the wall to it. Not we have to go around the docks. Plane of Sky is really weird. It's a set of islands. I have not been there in, I don't know, 25 years. I don't remember it super well. It's because to replace that earring. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. Our mask is very bad. Our earring's very bad. This earring is not that much better, to be honest, because intelligence and mana is not really doing anything for us. It's basically 9 AC. Moonstone rings are awful. We did pick up the slime blood from one of the golems, which is nice. Rest of the battle are alright. All white. These boots are abysmal. These are okay, like just because they're leveled up. This is okay. Yeah, like our gear's alright. Oh! Did I cast the wrong spell? I must have. That freaked me out. I thought it was levitated. Right. So we need to start an instance. I have so little memory of this place. I think if we do, I think we probably just... Oh, we can't do an instance. Can we not do an instance? Oh, we need to quit the current instance. Idiot. I think I'm just going to do a D0 because I need to understand how this place works again. I think this is the first boss, if I remember correctly. This is like a little bit more complicated. I remember when I went to Plane of Sky like 25 years ago when I was doing things with people's epics and things, like I didn't really have any clue what was going on. At no point did I ever raid lead a Plane of Sky or anything like that. I had no idea what the hell is going on. First you must make a corpse to save all your temporary keys. Oh really? I don't even know. I don't think you can make a corpse here, right? So you can buy keys from here, I believe. It used to be like that. Really? I don't have any recollection of that at all. Okay, well, we don't want to buy those. Oh, you can buy mana batteries here as well. The more you know. As far as I know, we just pull this. British travelers, welcome to the Plane of Sky. We are Thunder Spirits. The first island is our home. You're welcome to stay here as long as you like. If you wish to go to other islands, you may purchase keys from the Keymaster. I'm pretty sure she drops a key as well. And since we are murderers, since we are known murderers, that is our preferred choice. I just remember just sitting in raids, in Plane of Air raids, just like I have no idea what's going on. Plane of Sky, sorry, not Plane of Air. Plane of Air, I had a little bit more idea what was going on. I was still really young when originally Key was out, you know, relatively. And we came back here a couple of times for epics and things, but no, I just don't have much recollection of it. I remember little bits and pieces. Let's see how this goes if we pull to here. I assume these probably have communal aggro. I don't know if these things drop the runes. I in fact don't have any idea how the air gearing system, sorry, sky gearing system works here. I think you use runes and then an item that drops from a boss. Hand in for the stuff. I need more space than that? Probably. It's boring killing things on D1. I should probably understand the place a little bit before I try and do D4. I know you can get to the, I think what they call Island 1.5 from here, right? I don't remember exactly how. There's like a teleporter somewhere. I'm not even using poop humor. I'm burnt out after Kazakh Fuel. I really didn't think we'd be able to do him on D4. I never even looked in there before. Man, the Dracolich pull. Holy shit, man. That was such a disgustingly hard pull. That's the worst pull in all of this content. That Revenant with its extreme aggro range. Okay, so we should be able to put down to here. Over channel. What do you do, Missy? Oh, you don't do anything. You're a bard. Probably don't need to be in defense. So it has a constant like choking effect. Similar mod. That's like sort of kind of useful. But like honestly this is better if you're gonna use a next slot. Because resists are so important. I mean we'll take this, I guess. Put it in storage. These are always loot. Oh, whoops. I fucked that up, didn't I? Give swords, we desperately need that. I think we can click this? Add it or something? I don't remember. Key of the misplaced. Wait, key of the misplaced? What's that for? Is that for... These are still indifferent. Freeties key. Stand to... That's to 1.4. Okay, that's to 1.5. So key of sword 6 is to 1.5. Let's go and have a look around there first. I don't think there's anything to kill on there. It's been added to your keyring. Wonderful. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Oh, I almost walked straight off the edge. I'm an idiot. Here's Noble Dion. I was so close to just bolting off the edge. I can't remember. Are you meant to kill Noble Dion? remember. Oh, doesn't he aggro with this Blade Storm or something? It's so long. This is 1.5 anyway. I think he aggroes with the Blade Storm. I don't know. I don't know if we even meant to kill him. Kill the poor sod. He's just chilling out here. Feel bad for the old bastard. He's level 63. Are we meant to kill Noble Tjorn? He drops loads of gold and a free T stuff. I think you have to hand stuff to him, don't you? Yeah, don't you have to... Isn't he the quest guy? Isn't he the guy that you hand the sky stuff into? I don't know anymore. Man. Been way too long. Let's leave Mr. DiGiorno. It's like, oh shit, we're on Island 2. I thought we were going back to Island 1. It's okay, we're on D0. This is why we're on D0. We have aggroed 5 Azaracs. I'm pretty sure this is not the intended way to do this. Pretty sure we're meant to single them. Fuck's sake. Oh god. Killed one. They are rogues as well. Fuck! Right, that is not how you do that island. For one, you should probably know that you're zoning into that island and not walk wildly forwards. I think you have to kill Azaracs until something spawns, if I remember correctly. But, dear God, has it ever been a long time. Yeah, I've been well and truly tossed. Charming the Bee in... Yeah, I've heard all about that. It's like really, really, really broken. I purposely did all the other content in the game before I came to Sky, because... Sky is weird. Sky is real weird here. Like, I've seen people go to Sky instead of, like, Lower Gook. Yeah, for 600. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that might be a little bit broken. This guy's in a pretty weird spot here. Right, so this should use my key. We want to back up a little bit. Not too much though, not too much. I don't remember this at all. Oh god. I do not remember this in the slightest, man. These freaks. Oh god. Too late. That's gonna pacify him. We might need to feign these off. we're slowly getting closer to the edge here. Guys, hello. Ah, this is the guy who we're meant to kill. I think we spawned him from killing Azarax. I don't think defensive stance is going to help me with that many of them. I'm too weak. Just hoping to kill one. This is looking quite deserted, this northwest section. Maybe this is the place to be. Wait for these Azarax to wait to drop off. Maybe we're safe here. Is this a safe spot? This feels pretty safe. So this is what, the northwest of the island? Guess we'll see. I can't rebuff my pet right now. I mean, I could, but I'd have to manually do it. I'm not about that life right now. How'd you get to Ratman Camp? Do I just start on the elemental side? You go down to the bottom of the ramp and then into the start of the building there. Then you take a left immediately down into the long straight tunnel. On your right, there's a door which leads you down to the Ratman prison. Oh, okay, this is not a safe spot. It's safer. Good XP with a B, yeah, I have no doubt. I guess we'll just buy that bullet and pull him. Fuck it. Ooh. That is a resist. Okay, Venom Bolt landed. There we go. Not like magic commune or anything. The bee island is the only island I actually remember, which leads me to think that I was deeply traumatized by it. This island 6? You mind, sir? So it doesn't do anything. He's just a rogue like the rest of them. Is built a pine. Don't remember this item at all. I don't care for it. Get out of here. Yeah, misfortune, we probably need that. Should I go to Sky? You can do Sky from actually quite a low level. The stuff up here is not that hard. We have to go back down to the south? Get rid of that. What the hell is going on here? Why do I have no recollection of this? Everything's indifferent. Gust of wind. Clearly we have to kill this. I'm guessing we probably don't want to have to kill this with this. But then that would mean that we'd need to kill this out here. We need to clear out something. I guess we clear this out? Because these are going to have huge aggro range, aren't they? I guess we kill this. We kill the watchful gazers. Then we pacify here and pull this out. Well, I can really see. I doubt we want to kill the harpy with it. Oh, hi. Hi, a spirited harpy. Hi there. Thanks for coming over. Saying hi. Yeah, maybe this wasn't such a smart plan. We are stunned forever. We're stunned for literally forever. Literally forever. An infinite stun. Yes, stone breath is, I'm guessing that's the Gorgalask. That's not great for us. Ugh. Tap targeting really bad there. That's a soul fire. Didn't help. Okay, so what is the plan there? Do we just tank her in the room? Maybe that's easier. Do we just tank her in the room? Oh god, can't do that here. Run! How much harder is 4th run compared to 3rd in Abyss 4? The boss is harder. You're really strong though. Wait, Mr. YK, you haven't done the final boss of? You haven't done the final run of Abyss 4? Really? I thought you were like super strong. Hey, you'll be fine. That's the lunatics then, yeah. Wait, if I say the lunatics sent me, it's gonna kill me, isn't it? Oh, she's sexy. Yeah, you'll be fine, mate. I guess we'll just try to fight both of them in here. I don't really like that, though. It feels like that's not intended. Maybe we could pull it out and just drag it around to like here. I don't know what the communal range on these is though. They wanted to make Abyss 3 easier. They wanted to make the Abysses easier and more accessible for people. They've actually been trying to make the game easier. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. They've been trying to make the game more accessible and easier. It's working. Right. Good channel. Okay, so we can't pacify the heart harpy. Maybe we do just fire in a room. I don't know what else to do. Can we can't pacify Gorgolos, can we? No? I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of stumped. No harm in trying. Okay, it's just them. There's a sitting cap even through. Ooh, even through over channel. Twice. 3 times. Jesus. Slow landed though. Okay, the heart harpy doesn't actually have that much health. I think we just stay offense and I'll lay on hands. Bit awkward with the stuns though. After this stun. Okay. I don't know why in-cap won't land. It's some excellent hunting gloves. Oh, there we go. In-cap finally landed. They're not immune. We're lucky slow landed the first time, I think. I'm still not convinced this is how we're meant to do this. But they're unlullable, so I don't know. Ow. I'm slowed right now, which is not really great. Get him, pet. I can't cast anything. I can't do anything for us. Can't Puma us. Can't do anything. Okay. Yeah, that is the boss. The beast. Silken Strands is a monkey thing. Tier is a druidy thing. These are alright if we could get them on a higher plus. And we would be able to use them over the sword. Auto store. Guess we store this. These are still indifferent? Yeah. That felt like it wasn't the intended way to do that, but I don't know what it is at the moment. Silken Strands, which one is that for? That's mystical back straps. I'm not super fussed about that. I really couldn't give a shit about mystical back straps. What's going on this island? Essence Harvester, Soul Carrier. These are all indifferent. Essence Carrier, Shimmering Meteor. Everything's indifferent here. Oh, never mind. You're not. You're not indifferent. Yeah, an Essence Carrier scouts at you. My bad, my bad. I do not remember this island whatsoever. Hey, oh. Hi. I don't over channel this. I'm so clueless as to what I'm doing here. God, that is very, very close. I don't think we can afford to aggro something else. Alright, Nestle does, okay. Okay, so Soul Carrier's on it. I guess we have to kill Essence Harvesters? I don't know. Soul Carrier. To pick off the Essence Harvesters, maybe? big named horse. The gate cooler, right? That's what's been marked here. Ah, Keeper of Souls. Must be it. Where can we pull this to? Maybe the north side? This is looking pretty deserted up here. Want anything to do with you, Soulcaller? Does this have communal aggro? This is one way to find out. Yes. We failed our feign death. How inconvenient. And again. I think maybe we'll just fight them. Kinda can't be bothered. This north side seems safe though. The north side of the island seems safe. I'm gonna have to deal with a thing that spawns out of this in a second. Oh, it didn't spawn anything. That's weird. They spawned stuff. I don't think Griffin blood is going to be useful for us for anything, is it? I think it's like a very low level. Griffins are like the low level Griffins. Probably for some weird piranha or commons or something quest. Apparently she's in brewing. North looks safe here. Is a big horsey. It's no Quillmane. It's a wannabe. Poser. Larper, as the kids say. Shadow Knight belt. Flagship cape is Necromancer quest. Bard shoulders, warrior, druid. Guess we can store one of these. Necromancer. We've already got a bunch of these, so. Oh, go away. Go away, essence carrier. Anything in here? Ah, so the Pegasi have like communal aggro. Ooh, Jesus. Kind of remember Spyrock Island. I don't think it matters that those guys still have aggro. I could be wrong. I don't think they're gonna like fly over. I think we have to kill these, some of them, and I think they run really fast. Ooh. Oh! Oh! Vanquishers! We have to kill Vanquishers, right? Okay, I've pulled about a million things. In my infinite wisdom, I've pulled about a million things. I think we have to kill oh god. I think we have to kill Vanquishers. No, you're good, brother. You're good. You don't need to come over here. Nothing to see over here. Don't you worry about it. How have you got behind me, sir? How dare you? Oh, we probably got summoned in. I can't actually tell if we're in front of it or not. so stupid. Oh, we've got a guardian. That's not great for us. uh. You get blinded, Theosis, yeah. We were blinded. I don't really know what I'm doing here, if it wasn't obvious. I do not remember this place at all. Like, I remember tiny little bits of this. That's about it. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, EverQuest is quite an immersive game. So is that what we need to spawn? Isn't it Spyrock Lord we need? I guess we kill this anyway. I'm actually amazed by how little I remember here. If I had to name 2 zones in EverQuest I never wanted to go to ever again, it would be this one and Kedge Keep. Is this safe here? I guess it's hard to tell, we killed a couple of them already. I don't know whether this would be safe normally. Ah, that's annoying. Tawny B. Sure hope you're in front of me. I think you're in front of me. You're taking damage like you're in front of me. Charm break in front of Thunder Spirit, aggro Noble Jawn. Princess Rude Charm is almost sailing. Yeah, Charm is really busted on the island. On Sky. Very well documented. It's like absolutely insane. Who would have ever guessed Charm would be problematic? Right, so that isn't all we needed to do. I guess we need to kill more Vanquishers or something? I think it's the Vanquishers we're meant to kill. That's stupidly fast. Ooh. Ooh. Aha. Oops, I should have gone over channel. You wouldn't do something like knock me off the edge, would you? Surely you don't have that in your repertoire. A jacked parrot surely won't throw you off the edge of a floating island. No. That'd be unseemly. He's got too many scruples for that. Look at him. You don't get to be a lord by not being noble, okay? Oh, I should definitely be dispelling against this boss, shouldn't I? I should be definitely pillaging before I incap. Taking so much damage off of brambles. Julep brambles. So Spyrock Wingblade, isn't it? Yeah. Oh man, Spyrock Wingblade. So we obviously need that. One of these already? I think we do. Right. Oh, that is an amount of aggro range. Yes, I somewhat remember this island. Sadly. I don't remember which of these is the lead B. So. Okay. Oh no. Why are you attacking? What are you doing? R.I.P. Pat. I remember we have to just kill the 1B because the other's split. I think it's this one. Is it? But they all have the same name. I don't remember. I thought they had a different name. Middle one. This one back here. The one that's flying a bit higher. Oh, that is the bigger one. Okay. So I think I probably need to pull them out and then lull them. Because their aggro range is infinite. Nah, they fuck. Excuse me. Is it coming through? Thank you. Oh, wrong key. Shaman has slow pet plus charm to consider. Slow. Oh, slow and pet and charm? Is that what you're talking about? Pet that slows and has an animal charm. I really don't want to use charm. Really don't want to use charm. I'm actively not playing an enchanter to avoid using charm. I absolutely hate it. I think we pull them out and then lull them. and then feign, and then let them reset, and they'll keep the lull on them. Maybe it'll take too long for them to reset. Those are very fast. I'd rather not aggro any of them. Right. So it's on this next island, right? You fall off the edge, yeah, you fall down into Freeport. You're on hold, right? I don't know how you got aggro last time. I guess you better wait for mana a second. I just remember killing the little bees very, 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 very bad because I think they split. And I remember them because they don't have like a bind point, right? They just stay there. They just sit wherever they die. But where is the safe part of this island? That's the problem. Down by the... Down there, maybe? Okay, the pacifier doesn't last that long. It's probably going to be the... down here, maybe? There must be somewhere we can stand. Here? Okay, here is okay. We can stand here. What are our limits? That's a little bee. That's the big bee? Where's the other one? Where's the other damn bee? I can't see it. Oh, over there. Hmm. There. Ooh. I mean, we only got 2. Maybe we just fucking tank him. Alright. Oh no, not my pet. Come on. Don't be like that. Brother, no. That's unreal. Disgusting behavior. Brother, no. Kha'Zix killed my pet as well. Everyone kills my poor pet. Not right. I daren't move, but can reach some of the pet at least. It's at least good for now. I don't know if the big one splits. I have no idea. I can't remember. Right. I don't remember this. But I guess we kill this thing. Do not kill my pet again. Come on. Come on, son. Maybe like that. Heavens above. Do not be like that. What the hell is wrong with you? What's your problem? We probably need to re-slow the other bee, don't we? We're not helping. Is that what we won? I don't know. I actually have no fucking idea what's going on. So far ourselves. Seems okay. Give ourselves a little blanket heal to make sure it actually lands. Slow on this boy, don't. Definitely need to renew slow and in cap. Low on hands again, so we can just sit in recovery for a while. I think our haste is, yeah, our haste is kind of low. I don't know if we have to go through more bees after this. I'm not really sure. I have a feeling this is the last one because it's a Bixie. Nope. Hey. My friend, you need to be really slow. It's just worn off.